Hey, it's Shaunna Sparkles from the shed. My hands are all sticky. I've been doing some casting. It's a bit cold in the shed. But I'm nice and warm. It's only my hands that are cold. I'll wait until some people come in and... Hey, aviation fan. What's good? Oh, I got a new toy. I'll show you. It's heavy. It's goddamn heavy. It's a broom. I think I'm back. Yeah, the internet dropped. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I've got internet again. I think I'm back. I still got showing. Yeah. Although I wouldn't say it was real happy, but we had a massive rainstorm here yesterday. Our shed nearly got flooded out. Yeah. Actually, it hasn't been that bad, really. like early winter time, we had some nights -1, -2 overnight. But during the day, it'd been really, really nice. But we didn't get any snow like we did last year. I'm not moving back to Queensland, mate. I'll come up for holiday. uh. Hello, Alex. Oh, good, mate. Oh, good. It's only a crappy old Dell laptop. Hey, Alex.
Like panel whore, man of distinction, a real big spender.
Look what I got. Oh, I've got to grab it again. Ooh.
Wow, Dremel.
Yeah. It's about 100-piece one. So, yeah, I was really pleased with that. Be able to smooth down me resin castings that I've been doing.
Because that one that I showed you came from Loz. That one came
Yeah.
from Loz. She actually done it, but it's her daughter. I don't think it's Loz that does it. I think it's her daughter. Her daughter does
All
them,
right.
but she's really good at them.
Yeah.
But that's that. As you said, that's what it looks like, as if somebody basically shined it up. Because
Yeah.
you can actually see the 20 pence piece right through it. As when
Oh,
you look
yeah.
at it, you can see every bit. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
She
see.
wanted to do it because she's into coins.
That's one of my first ones I did.
You get better as time goes on. You get better.
Yeah.
It could be
Oh, I'm
you
only
could make that
practicing.
into like a sharp. Make that into like a sharp tooth.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you should know. I agree with that. You're about as innocent as what I am, boy. Yeah, so I found a few of the original ones that I'd done. And I come up with a brainwave. With this one, this one here is a skull that I
Right.
cast.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm going to do is put some resin on the back, like on the back here,
Right.
and then stick it on there, and then hopefully be able to dome over the actual casting so it'll stay in there properly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got another one there with a horse on it. I'm going to do that one for my daughter because she's into horses.
But you know who is? You know who is into skulls and all that, Karen? And then you know who used to wear a horse mask, didn't you?
Mm.
Captain Jerk.
Yeah.
As soon as you
I've
said
got
the word
one.
horse, I was thinking horse head, and then I'm thinking, who's into skulls? And then it just was in the back of my mind. No, I
Yeah.
don't forget about the old crew. No, no, I used to enjoy being with the old crew, but I just developed the channel into something just to put out content. I just needed something to put out content of some sort.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got some sort of a brain there. Aviation. Cheeky bugger. Oh dear. Just as well I know him pretty well. Right, cool.
First subscriber. Somebody suggested that that was a fake £50. I've
Yeah,
actually, because he made me doubt myself.
yeah.
I took it into the bank, and the bank's turning around and says, "That's a genuine. It's genuine, all right."
Wow.
Oh, it was a gift sent for It was a gift sent for Dublin, Shaunna. Because the note, that's what I'm saying. The note reads, "Hello, Ali. I hope we are well. I'm sending you two old Irish £1 coins, and an old 20 pence coin. One coin has a stag, one a horse, and the best one, in my opinion, is Millennium coin. There's a harp on one side and a Viking boat on the other. Hope you like them." And then he also puts, I'm also enclosing £50 as a gift.
Wow.
I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to send him one of my grab bags. Although that he got coins off me before, I'm going to send him a grab bag and then tell him that he's invested £20 into the channel as well. So that'll
Yeah.
be the other 20. But that's getting kept in my own collection because it's been a long time since I've seen a £50 note. I just wanted to get checked out because somebody doubted on the channel last night or on Saturday and said, that's not a real coin, that's not a real note. Check the thickness of the ink and all that, Karen. And then wanted to start a drama on the channel.
Hey, Laura.
That bugs me. That bugs me when somebody wants to start a drama and end up they start and I showed it under a microscope and I'm trying to piecify his mind the questions he was asking about it. But I can't check the thickness, and I says to him, "What do you want me to have a micrometer to check the thickness of the paper or the thickness of the ink?"
No.
So what have you been up to? What have you been up to lately? Just doing resins?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we've got to fix our leaky roof. It's starting to go all mouldy in the garage here. And hence the reason why I haven't really been out here much because of that. And yeah, so anyway, Captain Starkus is going to, as much as I don't want him getting up on the roof because of his age and health and everything else, it's been able to find or get my son-in-law to come down and help, but he works a lot during the week and sometimes he doesn't even get the weekend off, so that makes things harder for him. that he'd like be able to have like weekends off. But well,
So if
because it's
it's
a good,
not, so if
decent
it's
job,
so,
so
so say if it's not your place, does that mean that you still have to do the maintenance of it?
no, we don't have to. We can get the landlord to do it, but we suspect, well, not so much suspect, but because he's put in so much already on the place, uh, he was only going to ever use the garage itself as a garage and nothing else. And which meant the car could have gone all the way up the other end or that end,
Right,
whatever, and the other end have it as a workshop. But we bought our lounge suite and everything like that in here, so that well, the lounge room in the house is very pokey. It won't fit a 7-seater lounge.
right,
So we thought, nah, we'll use the garage because then we can have one end as a workshop, the other end as our lounge room. And when the boys are sick of watching TV or whatever, I have then got the workshop area as my filming space and going live. And I'm not inside when I'm talking. I can tend to get a bit loud. Well, if I'm loud out here, I'm not disturbing the boys.
right. I get you.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, actually, aviation. Pity I don't drink.
No, because when you
Alcohol.
said about the resin, the actual resin caster or whatever it takes, so it's no. You said about the vacuum chamber. Remember you're saying about the vacuum chamber? I looked
Yeah,
that vacuum chamber up, and it was like it was more than a couple of £100 just for the
yeah,
vacuum chamber. But then I
yeah,
thought about it. I thought it's only a pot. Basically, it's just like a big pot with screw handles in it,
yeah,
and then basically you feed it, and then you basically suck. It sucks the air out it, basically,
yeah,
so that there's no bubbles actually in the resin.
yeah.
There is a cheap way of doing it, but as in it depends if you're going to do it and go really into the hobby, as
Mm.
in like I've done with the coins.
Hey, Gaffer.
You didn't know Anthony passed away, didn't you?
Anthony.
Anthony Redneck Way of Life.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, he
Ian's done a video. The ladies at the round table's done a video.
oh, there
Um,
he is. I didn't know.
went into hospital, took no well.
Oh, God.
Took pneumonia or something. I think took pneumonia. Passed away.
Oh, dear.
hmm
Oh, so sad to hear that.
I know. Every time you turn round, there's another one going. You look, drop my eyes.
There you go, Gaff. There's a link. Hey.
Because we two of them in the community, we'd Trucking for Silver passed away, and also
Ah, heart
Stern
attack.
passed away as well. We've had a couple in the coin community.
Oh, God.
I know.
Oh, no, that's so sad. He's going to be missed around on these streams and stuff.
Anthony actually did down me. I actually sent a PayPal donation to Donna because Anthony always had a good word to say about me, and there was a couple of supporters that actually came from Anthony and through Anthony. By the time I've been on
G'day.
YouTube,
G'day,
There you go.
Gaff. I thought that was you popping up.
Yes, unfortunately, we lost Anthony last Wednesday morning about 6:30. Multiple heart
Oh,
attacks.
oh, poor bugger.
He was feeling a little bit poorly the week before, and he was diagnosed with pneumonia and COVID, and he was having trouble breathing. So they put him in hospital on intensive care on the Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
And he had multiple heart attacks on the Tuesday night and did not survive.
Oh, poor bugger.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone's been having memorial streams and fundraisers and everything else because they've got to pay for his funeral.
Yeah, well, that's it. Oh, dear.
Yes, he is definitely going to be missed. He was one character and a half.
Oh, good, yeah.
Anyway, let's not bring the stream down too quickly. How you doing, sexy?
I'm doing good,
forever.
it's been a while.
Yeah, I thought you were hiding from us.
No, life got in the way, as usual.
Life gets in the way of everything these days.
Yeah, not wrong.
Bloody COVID wasn't helping either.
No, that's the thing. Actually, Tassie's been very lucky. We didn't get a second bout, but we're only just starting to get.
See, I told you, even COVID doesn't want to go to Tassie.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome. Although a couple of people come over from Sydney and New South Wales and that, a few weeks ago. And
right, eh? I mean, same we had Adelaide, we were doing really well, and then some idiot from New South Wales come over, and that's it. He just walked all around town.
Yeah, I saw that in the news.
And we're going, seriously? What have you been doing? Get some guns out, shoot the guy, do something.
Yeah. Oh, God. But, yeah, no, we had one landed in Hobart, and they whacked them straight into quarantine, and then another one landed up here in Launceston, walking all around town in Launceston.
Gee, that's a bit much.
Nah.
Launceston ain't that big. It's going to spread quick.
Oh, gotcha. But thankfully, they managed to get the person into quarantine, and then once they're in quarantine, they're going to send them straight back to where they come from. So, with a nice hefty.
Yeah, and now we all have to wear bloody masks. That sucks.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, we don't have to down here, so.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they're saying we have to. There was a time there where we couldn't get near it. I wore it all day at work. That was just getting a bit much.
Oh, God.
Kind of sucks. But anyway, it's all good at the moment, and we still have to wear the friggin' mask. But, there's nobody suffering, and we didn't have a big major outbreak like New South Wales did.
Yeah.
And apparently Victoria's having their bit of an issue at the moment. They're trying their best to try and get it under control, and it doesn't look like they're doing as well as they could be.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin.
Isn't it? There's times where you're thankful for that big stretch of water between you and Victoria.
Yeah.
The only problem is the bastards have blown away getting across it.
Yeah. Just think once upon a time, long before we was even thinking of or thought of, that was joined up. Put them in the
Yeah, I know, but between the join up and now, there was plenty of time when nobody could get to Tasmania, and we had to look after each other.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Families were really interesting back then. So, all good now for you, is it? Everything's doing well now?
Yeah, doing good. The leg's healed up to 100% to what it was.
Yeah, well, it was getting pretty bad there at one stage.
They almost were nearly going to operate and amputate. That's how bad it got.
Yeah, they don't operate, they amputate. They say this, we're going to operate and see if we can save it. Then halfway through, say, no, it's coming off. And they don't tell you that because you're asleep.
Yeah. But thankfully, the other doctor, he just turned around and said, no. He said, I think there's a chance that we can save it. He said, it's just a matter of getting all the dead skin off.
What do you mean like that?
You didn't see the right doctor either, I hear.
I'd rather keep away from
my mum had the same problem. She had sores on her legs that they weren't healing, and they were getting worse, and they were getting infected, and they were getting worse, and they were talking about cutting below her knee off. And one doctor said, no, we're going to try this. And they did, and they kept looking after it and kept dressing it and kept cleaning it and kept dressing it, and she saved a leg. So it
Yeah.
was really good.
Oh, that's good.
So I'm glad your leg's better. I hope you've
Yes.
learnt a little bit from the ordeal,
Yeah. Don't
how to
take
look
nothing
after
for
it a little
granted.
bit better.
Yeah. Don't take nothing for granted, because things like that don't feel very well.
Yeah,
You
you
always got
know,
to look after it.
it's the same when I had my accident.
Mm.
Don't take anything for granted. You never know when you're going to lose it.
No, well, that's it. Oh, it's not a bad place, Kevin. Depend on what part of Tassie you want to go and see.
Oh, there's no part of Tassie's a bad place. I reckon around the mines of Burnie might be a bit dirty, but it's still a good place. It's still,
Yeah,
it's
it's still got
yeah,
this.
I'd love to be back there. That's where I would love to live, but
Yeah.
cost, no guarantee of work, all that kind of shit
No,
holds you
well,
from
that's
going
it.
over there. Right?
Well, see, we don't have to worry about working because we're all on pensions down here now. So
Yeah, Kevin, you've got to be careful. They only open the bridge to Tasmania on certain days for a certain amount of time, and you have to know where to look for it.
and then you've got to be careful you don't grow your second head.
Yeah, yeah. And the only way you're going to get it across the bridge is to show the scar where it was.
Yeah, like this. See, I've got a scar there. Well,
Yeah,
that's not
I got
showing.
one on the other side of my neck.
No, seriously, it's just a cyst on my shoulder.
Yeah, that's what they were telling my mum when I was born. No, it's just a cyst on your shoulder. Well, why does it look like a head?
Yeah.
My problem is I am like sixth generation Tasmanian. My
Yeah.
family were here with the convicts, so
Yeah.
couldn't get any more
Actually, I.
Tasmanian than me.
Yeah, well, that's true.
I think I'm actually related to Aboriginals over there.
Yeah, you probably are.
I think I had one or two of my family somewhere.
Yeah, I've got one, I think, on my father's side. So I'm half Abbo.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure which side of the family it was though, because my grandfather is from the north and my grandmother's from the south. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my grandmother. Yeah, both north. Um,
I miss Tasmania, I really do. I used to love it
I
over there.
I did a DNA test,
Yeah?
and yeah. Anyway, it come back with 56% Irish and Welsh. Oh, and a heap of other different ones. And it turns out that I've got cousins, third and fifth cousins in the USA. I've never met them, but I thought to myself here the other day, I thought, gee, wouldn't that be ironic that they all on YouTube or something?
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising though. YouTube's getting around.
Oh, yeah.
I've always said it, if you're Tasmanian, you've got a relative somewhere around the world.
Oh,
At
yeah.
least every country you got a relative in there somewhere around the world because it was
Oh,
like a moch potch at one stage there.
mm,
But I mean, our ancestry dates back to England, Scotland, Ireland,
yeah.
Wales,
Yeah. Pretty much
Germany,
famous.
and I think there's a bit of French in there as well.
Yeah. Oh, that was
So,
something else that mine come up
and as I said, and we've been told Aboriginal as well.
with.
So I mean, there's a lot of history going back there.
Oh, yeah.
But I really, it's interesting to know, but doesn't help me in any way. It's not as if I can go to the government and say, "Hey, mate, I need a handout."
Well,
They go,
that's it.
"Really, really?"
Yeah, because then they'll say, oh, can you prove it?
Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure that's worthwhile.
Mm.
Didn't help that they tried to annihilate most of them.
No, well, that's it.
Going to have a free feed of Chinese if this effing cat doesn't shut the effing up. Well, you got one thing I never got.
That was ages ago. No, it's a way back. Sean will tell you, it's a way back.
Yeah, I wasn't doing stickers back then.
No. I've got to get myself some more. I'm thinking about updating them again. I did a few prints and I put them on Teespring. And I'm thinking about using one of the prints as the new sticker. Just like a limited edition type thing.
All right.
Hmm.
That'd be interesting. Yeah, you mentioned, yes, a bit. Yeah, well, unfortunately, back in those days, they were fair game for anybody who wanted to have a little bit of fun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've said this to a few full-blood Aboriginals. I said, yes, I'm Aboriginal descendant, but I feel so ashamed that what happened back in those days, how a lot of the Aboriginals down here got wiped out. I can't comprehend it, you know.
It's not only that; it's how the Sydney Aboriginals were treated when they were settling up there, and how they slowly but surely wiped over the whole of the mainland, trying to educate and segregate and breed the blood out of them and everything else.
Well, that's it. I mean, at the end of the day, they've got the same blood colour as you, me, everybody else.
End of the day, they're just as human as what we are. Silly. The only thing that bothers me about it now, though, that was like a good 80 to 100 years ago.
Mm.
It's time to get over it. Let's move on. You've got all the opportunities in the world the rest of us have, so make the best of it.
Yeah.
Get on with your shit. But you keep hearing those people make a big deal about it.
Well,
I can't even believe how much they jumped up and down when the Black Lives Matter thing in America hit the market.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Uncle
Well,
Ian.
there's three folk. That's a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, cool.
Good day, Ian. Hi ho, Silver, YouTube, hi ho, Creation Shop, Red Bubble. So it's show and tell today, Ian.
No, Gaff, it was because Shaunna was saying about new stickers. Because I've got about 3 designs. As in 2 that S-Mac done, and that was the last ones that Hi-Ho done. He used Red Bubble. I just gave him what I wanted on them, and he then come up with the idea. They sent me over the frames. But Shaunna's quite good with all that stuff. Because at one point before you done the resins, you were into doing this designs on shirts and all that, Karen, or you were starting to go into that sort of stuff.
I just went to Vista Print and asked them to print my logo.
Oh, yeah.
And they did.
Cool.
I can't remember who I sent them to. I think I might have sent one to Ian, but I never got one back.
He's probably waiting on a stamp. Cool. I didn't say that.
No, I gave him a book of stamps as well, so he could send me one. But his wife used them on bloody Christmas cards.
Ian was waiting for a trucker going past that way.
Ian's in the UK. I'm in Launceston, in Tassie.
Yeah, I'm in Adelaide.
Yeah. My nephew lives over in Adelaide.
And I'm in Scotland.
I can't think of the name of the place though. but he's not far from Mandurah. He's probably about an hour or so away. Young, I think. That's what it's called.
Yes, I know she did, Ian. I know she said thank you for the stamps. She could have said thank you with a sticker and a Christmas card. I'm in the warm, good state of Australia.
Nah, too bloody hot.
He's in the NT, isn't he?
Queensland.
Never bloody cold up there in the NT.
Ah. Well, that's it.
No, because that £50 note, I need to put it into a folder. I want to put it into a plastic folder. I'll put it in there so I know so I know exactly where it is. So I know where to go and get it. So it's up there on the spreadsheet.
So what's the weather like over there at the moment? Freaking cold as shit over here.
Yeah, we had rain all day yesterday and nearly got flooded out. But
this is the only week we haven't had rain. We've been it's been pissing with rain for like 3 months. That's unusual for us. We'd never usually have that much rain, and it was just constantly raining. Every day you get up and it'd be, oh yeah, the dark clouds. Oh shit, it's raining. Oh, look, like there might be some. No, that wasn't sunshine. It was just a bright light.
Yay, and a £50 note, and it's a real one.
£50 note. Hold on. What can I? No, here it is.
Careful, bullet. I've got one better than that one.
Well, I have, but I'm not going to open the safe to get it out.
Oh, dear.
I got this.
I'll have one of them tomorrow. Well, actually today. Later on.
That's your Australian $50. That's like
green one of them. It's $100.
That's like about £18. Sorry to scare you, folks. That's really what I look like.
I was going to get your Monopoly money, but you can get the Australian play money.
Yep.
And I'm going to laminate them, and then I'm going to cast them in resin.
That's my daughter's got Australian play money. Because we went to Kmart, and they, instead of just getting toy like Monopoly money for her kitchen and her cash register, we decided, oh, well, they got Australian money. Let's get Australian play money. She got Australian coins and Australian dollars and everything else. So
yeah,
she got heaps of it somewhere.
That might be all right in a casting. Do like what do you call them?
Kevin's right, £50. I hadn't seen one for ages and ages. Last time I saw one was when my dad used to mess about with selling cars. The last time I seen a pink one. That's what I'm saying. That one's no first sale. That's not getting cashed in. It's going into a folder.
Hey, that's the greenie. Haven't seen one of them in a long time either.
They're actually nice notes there with the gaffer's showing, as with the designs and that on them.
Oh, yeah. We were the people who invented plastic money. And we sold it to Canada and England.
Yeah.
And this is what our $100 looked like before we improved on it, because this is plastic money as well, but this is our first $100 note. So it's a little bit different to the other one I showed you. There's the other one.
Yeah.
So there is a very difference between them. And no, this is not my money, folks. This is actually my daughter's money. She's richer than I am. I tell you. She doesn't spend her pocket money. She keeps it.
Yeah, I don't see many of them either, Kevin.
Usually it's more coins than notes, but that just happened to come in because I said about as in Irish notes or Irish money, and then he felt like sending the channel something,
Yeah.
but he'll get stuff back so that he then can do content because he's really a scrapper. He's not really a coin person, but he does like coins. So
Well, we all like coins. We get to spend them.
We'll put them through the pokies.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is Shaunna's vice. She likes to put the coins through the pokies.
Oh, yeah. I put myself a limit of $20, and if I lose it, I lose it. I don't care.
It's amazing how well you win on $20, and then all of a sudden you just lose
Oh,
it
yeah.
all.
Well, I put $15 in here a fortnight ago and pulled 30 out. So I thought, yep, that'll do. I'm going. Bye.
$15 profit. That's quite good.
Yeah.
I like the sound of that.
I don't do it very often.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably a once a fortnight thing. Sometimes I'll go 3 or 4 months without doing it, but then, bugger it. I've got $10, $20 here. Bugger it, I'm going to put it through the pokies. But see, I'm one of those people that, well, if I lose it, I lose it. I just walk away. I won't put any more in. I can cope with losing $30, but I couldn't cope losing the full pension and not have anything to pay the rent and food or whatever.
I'm the same. If I go gambling or stuff like that, I take a set amount of money. If I lose, I lose it. If I don't, I don't. That's brilliant. But I usually look at losing. Say I take 50 and just say, right, I'm going to gamble this and give a shit. If I lose it, I lose it. At least I have a bit of fun. But I don't go gambling that often. It's very rare I go gambling.
I go gambling buying coins. there's mines. At least I've got something to show for it.
I used to do the same with drinking. I used to set myself a limit of how much I'd spend drinking when I'd come Friday night, and then when I get to that, I'd go home.
Yeah, I was like that even at the age of 18. Go to Ross's Town pub.
Problem with going down the pub with your mates, so you set that limit, and they just, oh yeah, you've been shouting. It's our turn to shout, and that limit like goes through the roof, and doesn't cost you anymore, but you end up staggering home.
Oh God, yeah. But yeah, we'd go to the top pub, bottom pub at Campbelltown, and
excuse me,
stay there until it's closing time, and then go down to the Red Bridge at Campbelltown.
Adelaide used to be known as the city of churches and the city of pubs. So when we did a pub crawl, you did a pub crawl. It'd only be 100 yards down the road, be another pub.
Yeah. God.
First wage was £1, 7 and 6.
1, 7 and 6.
Big bucks back then. Jeez, my first wage was $14.
Yeah, I was only talking about like money back in the day, like even when I was a kid, 10, 11-year-old, 20 cents. I'd go to the shop and I'd buy a pack of chips, drink, and some lollies or something like that, and I'd still have change.
You go. When I was a kid, we used to get 20-cent pocket money. When I was a kid, you used to be able to go to the shop and buy a packet of mixed lollies, and you'd eat them for a week.
Oh God, yeah. You can't even do that now.
And then my pocket money went up to 50 cents and I could buy a packet of smokes.
Yeah.
And then smokes got a bit more expensive.
And
And
still
then
getting more expensive.
bugger if I'm going to spend $30 on a packet of smokes. Bugger that.
Well, I get 2 pouches of 25 grams and probably 1, maybe 2 packets of Taylors, and it cost me 100 and, well, you might as well say 170 odd bucks.
That's why I gave up smoking 20 odd years ago when they were going up above the $5 mark a packet. I thought, yeah, no, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at doing the same thing, give it up, because, well, it's not good for you anyway.
Yeah, I used to do the same thing, Kevin.
But hang on,
I used to buy 10 cents worth of musk sticks.
Oh, yum.
but hang on, Shaunna, if you get up smoking, you can put it into your hobby. You put the money into your hobby.
If he gives up smoking, she used to have more money for the pokies.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Aye, true, Gaffer.
Yeah, I actually stopped smoking after how long? Let's say it was 30 years of smoking. I was on 50 a day when I stopped.
Cool. My
The
dad.
wife said, "We're giving up smoking." I said, "Are we? Okay."
Well, I tried, and they say never stop trying, just keep going, keep trying, don't give up. And
you only give up when you actually want to give up. If you aren't giving up, you don't really want to give up.
No, that's it. And smoking's always been my go-to stress relief.
Well, beware. My go-to stress relief is food, and that doesn't help when you give up smoking.
No, because that's the ones I've been sending out more. More of them, but I have the other ones. But once they're done, I don't know where I'm going to get where I'm going to get another set, because it was estimated medium.
That's almost my time limit, girl. I only popped up to say hello. I've got to go to bed.
Yeah, all right, Gaffer. Thanks for coming up.
No worries. Nice to see you again. I missed you, girl. Right?
Yep, no worries.
Don't be such a stranger. Pop in and say hello. Even Ken would be happy to see you.
Yeah, I will next time he's on.
He'd be on probably Wednesday. I mean, he's been on a lot lately since Anthony's gone. He's kind of like lonely and really looking for someone to talk to. So, but anyway,
alrighty.
You're looking good.
I feel good.
Good. And you're looking happy. The last time I looked at you, weren't looking so good. You were looking a bit miserable because of that leg of yours.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy. See you later, folks.
See ya. Always good to hear from Gaffer.
Oh. No, because you get used to certain people, and then when you sort of go away for that sort of side, you sort of eventually go, I really miss them. Do you know what I mean? It's like the hazy days in New Dizzy crew. I actually miss it on a Saturday and a Sunday. Sometimes it's quiet on a Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
I say I sort of float about, trying to find something to keep me amused.
Well, that's it. Oh, I've been having my grandson. Well, I had him for last Friday until like Friday just gone. And I was going to have him the Saturday, but something happened. I couldn't have him anyway, but I took him back to his mum. And he was really good for me. I could get him to, like, he's only 1 year old, and he's all nan when he's at my place. And I said, so I called him a rat bag, and he turned around, nat bag. He's trying to talk, and he's putting little sentences together. Nat bag. And he's going around calling everyone nat bag.
No,
You
Sean,
can't
because
say that.
I'm looking at that return label and saying, well, why is that return label there? And then I realised it's Hobbycraft, but then they don't do coin supplies. We don't have a Hobby Lobby over here. And it's not even as if it's joined on to Hobbycraft. Because I thought, well, I wonder if Hobby Lobby would be joined at the hip with Hobbycraft. Because
Yeah,
if you put Hobby Lobby into, as in the website, as in over in the UK, it won't pop itself up, Hobby Lobby. Because a lot of the boys are like, that's the place you want to go for, like, your coin supplies, like your tubes and all that, Karen, your flips and that. So if you
yeah.
buy them out for elsewhere, just to get them, half the time.
Who's broad accent? Kev? Me, I just got a Tassie accent or Aussie accent, whatever. I think he's talking about you, Alex.
Probably. Because they were alright for 12. They were alright for £12. There's
Oh,
50.
yeah.
You get actually 50 of them, and that's quite the big. They're quite the big size. Them. That's not the small. That's not the small ones, like the velvet. But
Yeah.
they're like velvet draw bags. But you can get them in different colours. But if you try and get them in different colours, that's when the price goes up slightly of them.
Oh, okay.
I was like, well, black will do, because it's only just to put coins in it.
Hmm.
But then you could put anything in that. You could put resin. You could put your resin bits in there as well. And £11 odd, I thought it was no bad deal for 50 of them. Because when it came in, I was like, that's a big bag that for £11.
Yeah.
Because I tried on eBay to get different coloured ones, exactly just about slightly bigger than that. They wanted £1, I think it was £1.70 odd per bag.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm not paying. I was like, I'm not paying that for that. And but I was trying to do a deal with a guy, and the guy wouldn't do me a deal. He's like, the cheapest I can do it for is 120 to 125 each. I was like, well, no, because it means then, and I was like, because 25 is, so I started looking at Amazon.
Oh,
That's when
yeah.
I found them, and when I found them, I was like, oh, I'll need to keep them on my list.
Hmm.
No, the only reason I showed you that in Messenger about the resin with 20 pence piece in it is because it was to give you ideas.
Yeah.
Because you said about bottle caps, because I thought about a bottle cap, and then if you flatten it, it basically when you flatten it, it actually sprawls itself slightly out.
Yeah.
To get the jaggy edges, so I knew exactly what you were saying, and I was like, I wonder if you could, because you could glue anything into like a bottle cap,
Mm.
but then you don't want to, like a coin, you don't actually want to destroy it, because the
Oh, well,
coin
that's it.
community, go absolutely daft about that. They go daft about if you clean a coin, so you're not allowed to. You can clean it, but they frown upon it when you clean a coin. And also down me, as in if you touch it, as in the faces of a coin, they go daft about that too. So you've got to hold a coin on the outside of the edges.
Mm.
But if you encapsulated it, or they go daft about you encapsulating it, but it wouldn't destroy the two faces on it.
Ah,
But you
right.
could make it like a key ring, so it would end up be like a keepsake if you think about it for sentimental reasons.
Mm.
A lot of people would like that actually, but then it depends how far you want to go. Because I could understand you doing it with bottle caps, because you're drinking the beer out of it in the first place, and you're going to ditch the beer top anyway. And the beer top is basically cheap, because some coins aren't cheap. A coin can start for anywhere for $1 up to $100 odd, depending on the coin itself and depending on the condition of the coin. They call it grading over in America.
Ah.
That's what I'm saying. I've only been in this coin quite the coin community a couple of years, but I found out a lot of information, and then when they started me off, I ended up doing British coins because I was like, well, if they've got different designs on their coins, maybe I've not looked at our coins, and then I was like, oh, and I'm picking up the 50p pieces, and I'm like, oh, that's got a design in it. It's so they're not all the same. Because at one stage I did think they had all the same design on them, and then I realised no, they don't. And I was like, oh, this is quite interesting. This, so that sort of started it off. What's that?
Souvenir teaspoons.
Right.
This one's actually from Mandurah, not far from where Gaffer is.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a big crayfish on it. I've got a few. Mostly from Australia. I've got one from Mount Gambier.
You could you just gave me another idea. You could encapsulate them into resin if you can get it right. But if you can put it into clear resin,
yeah,
and then polish it.
Oh yeah.
Now there you're talking.
And that one there's from Perth, Western Australia.
Because I was thinking there you could what you could do is but then you wouldn't want to destroy the spoon itself. You could cut see where you showed that handle, and then you've got the bottom bit. You know how the bottom bit is. You could cut so you'd end up cut this. You know how the stalk, you could cut the stalk in the middle and cut the top off it in the bottom, so you've got the bottom of the spoon bevel, and you've also got the handle bit, like the bit. So you end up with two. So then you end up with two bits off a spoon, but then it depends how much you're paying for these spoons.
Oops. Trying to get it without the light on it. That's from the Perth Zoo, that one.
Because the kookaburra is nice. Is that a sticker, or is that actually like a glass?
Yeah.
You got to watch what you put into resin, because it'll either melt it or it's not hot enough to do anything to it.
Yeah. I'm missing comments. Yeah, Mandurah. Yeah, that's where I got that spoon from.
See, I don't do anything in my hands. I don't do anything in my hands anymore. Sometimes I feel like, as in this is all clean, it's all like clean work. It's not actually anything dirty. And sometimes I feel like, well, what's the point of being on YouTube? Because I'm not doing it in my hands. But then I'm creating content with the coins and stuff like that. Because I always come up with an idea. But I'm not just for, as in doing coins on YouTube. I actually joined YouTube to help other people, as in not financially, by way ideas and stuff. But I don't like to feel as if I'm taking over somebody else's as in stuff.
Yeah.
I'd rather give you an idea and say, right, I've come up with this idea. I think this might be an idea you might want to hear, and then just leave it with you instead of actually doing it for you. Because some people are like, if you did it for them, they'd be like, no, do you know what I mean? You're taking over and get funny about it.
Yeah. Yeah, Perth Zoo. Oh, geez. I went there Father's Day weekend, it'd have to be a good 5-6 years ago now. And it's massive. You'd need a week to go there every day in that week to get around the whole thing. It's massive. I couldn't do it now. I'd have to take my mobility scooter. It's just so big.
Jeanette, you know Jeanette, didn't you? Jeanette just got a scooter, a mobility scooter.
Oh,
she bought second hand.
Yeah. Yeah, Mandra. I love Mandra. Yeah, I had 5-6 weeks at Perth. So I got to see my nephew that I hadn't seen like for 20 odd years. So yeah, it was good. I'm representing Captain Jerk. I don't know if he's going to call in or not.
I just put his sticker away. Just as I was going through that package, because I was trying to find your, because I know you had a couple of designs as a couple of different stickers, because that was the first one you ever done, because you were messing about between different designs when you were doing that at the time.
Yeah.
That I remember. And then you brought out another design.
Yeah, well, that's
Because
it.
I sent you over, because remember I sent you over the discs, as in the
Yeah.
software discs. That was so you could run the software off it. But that's why I said to you, I need the disc back. I need it for the cameo, because that's for the cameo silhouette. But a lot of them I noticed that you didn't have to pay for. Because I'm one of these people. I don't, if I don't have to pay for something, I'll not pay for it until I actually make money, or it's making me money and it's feasible. Then I'll think of paying for it.
Yeah.
I don't see the point is when you're starting something from scratch, Shaunna, because people don't realise when you start something from scratch and you get a lot of money, you're trying to save as much money as you possibly can, but make something out of it, turn something out of nothing. My old man used to say. My dad used to do that quite a lot. Turn something out from nothing into something. But then Dad's downfall was he liked a good drink, he liked a good swallow. A good swallow, so he did. Sometimes I actually miss him, because that's what I'm saying, Shaunna. He was the brains of the operation. If I was doing this and I was having problems or trying to come up with ideas and say to him, look, I'm stuck with this, he would always come up with a plan of action.
Yeah.
How to make money from it, or try and get a bit of money from it. I was sitting with all these boxes, because I was sitting with all these boxes, like all these boxes, I just nearly fell. As when you said to me you were going live, I just nearly about fell in a box. I nearly busted what was in the box, because it's sitting underneath my feet now. Because I'm trying to get organised, and then I'm trying to put this blooming spin the wheel thing together as well. No, because the last time I was in panel was when you were getting trolled, remember? With that company.
Oh, yeah.
spam that day, as in for that, remember? As in that, the guy in meat market or something, or meat products or something like that. And he kept spamming the chat. Trying to promote his company on blooming Shaunna Sparkle's chat.
This is my little
since you've
grandson.
been live. I know, because a few times that I've missed you, as in you've been live or you've done a video. That's because YouTube. Do you know what that is? It's because of YouTube notifications. As in, say for instance, you go away from somebody's channel that you've been watching regularly, right? And say for instance, you go into something else, like a different topic. They'll hit you on that topic rather than them, as in that person.
This is my little grandson. Oh, wrong way.
Beautiful.
He turned 1 in March. April. Oh, I can't remember now. But yeah.
What is that? Your daughter's little one? B Williams. Right. I sort of clicked in my head. But then I was like, am I on the wrong level? Or am I on the wrong wavelength? Because I don't know how big a family you actually have.
I bought him a new stroller.
Right? No, because Captain usually spends a lot of time with the round table.
Yeah.
Captain.
I'd put him on TikTok.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, finished.
Sean.
Oh dear. He's so alert, he'll touch my phone if he can get it unlocked. Because
Right.
I've got like your thumbprint, plus you've got to put in
Right.
a 4-pin code.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's funny. He knows to push with the thumb, but
Right.
it won't open for him. He keeps gets really frustrated and upset because he can't get into Nanny's phone. So I said to Bianca, I said, that's what you need to do.
You want to actually link TikTok up with your YouTube, but there's a lot of things that YouTube won't allow that you can do that you can do actually in TikTok. See, I don't do TikTok because it's too much for me, Shaunna, as in to do different things like doing TikTok, do DLive, and do you know what I mean? I would be totally confused in what I was doing and what direction I was going in. That's how I've sort of stuck with YouTube, because I've actually got the 1K. So I've got the 1K, and according to the email they sent this month, as in our last month's, 2,643 minutes. So I've only another 12 or 1,300 to do to get the 4,000. So hopefully I do it this year, because I'm hoping by the end of the year I've actually hit the target. And it's not really for the money side yet. I'm thinking, well, if I get that and then I start getting the donations in, that'll help with the channel. So it means then I'm not subsidising it as much as what I am now. Because I feel as if that's all I'm doing. It's money out of my pocket all the time. It's never ending. But you're talking about, when you're doing auctions on Coin Community, you're not just talking about one auction per week. You're talking about 20 or 30 different auctions and they're actually on YouTube themselves.
Yeah, Kevin, I love Tia Maria. I don't know if I'd have it with cream, but with milk, yum. No, I'm not fussed on Melbourne or Sydney, to be honest. And as you say, aviation fan, it's a shithole.
But somebody visiting it won't think it's a shithole because they're only visiting it. But the difference is you've stayed in it, so that's why you think it's a shithole, because you've lived there all your life.
Yeah.
Like it's like people coming and visiting here, and they go, "Oh, place is lovely." Aye, right. Stay 20 years or 30 years, then you'll be saying it's a shithole.
I still want to come over to the UK and find all these rallies I apparently have got over there. But yeah, no.
Because you've done your family history, didn't you? When you're saying it, I thought you said relics, and then I realised your relatives.
Yeah,
Aye, that
It's
you'd
a
find
slang we use over here in Australia, rallies.
rallies
Yeah.
as relatives. I get you. Totally. That's sort of to
Rallies,
stop and think about
rellos.
it. Aye.
Yeah.
So how many did you find? How many did you find in the family tree?
Yeah.
I says, how many did you find in the family tree?
Ah, actually, I got the results here. I can actually tell you. Where do I go? Here, here. Because I did mine on my heritage.
Right,
Um, right, I've got to go DNA. Yeah, 55.1% Irish, Scottish, and Welsh.
right.
36.9% Scandinavian.
Fucking hell.
And 8% North African.
Oh,
Hmm.
because Scotland is further up, as in, so you would have to travel from. If you were doing it in car, you would have to do, as in, if say for instance you did a visit to England, you could
Yeah,
probably do it in a full night, as in going through, as in for England, right up the whole way up to Scotland,
yeah.
because the M6 goes on to the, I don't know, I never get it right. I know, all I know is it's the M74, which is the Carlisle Road, or the Carlisle, which takes you all the way as in up to Scotland. And if
Yeah,
you just keep driving, the further you go up to Scotland until you reach mountains.
trying to find these other ones. Hmm.
No, because the only toll that I know about is Birmingham, is blooming Birmingham. But you can actually, if you're clever enough, you can actually miss the toll road. You just got to remember the cut off as
Yeah,
they come off, so you miss it. Because one of my mum's side of the family, that's where she stays. She actually stays in Birmingham. Because Manchester's the place where it's all warehouses full of clothing and stuff like that. It's called
well, see,
Cash and Carry City, as in Manchester. A
I've
lot
got
of
one
these-
in New Zealand. Um, here we go. I've got a heap.
Does it actually give you addresses for them, or does it just tell you their whereabouts, their location?
Yeah, it just says from where they're from. One in the United Kingdom, which is Matthew Kendrick.
Right.
Whereabouts in the United Kingdom, I don't know. Linda from USA. She's third, fifth cousin. Neil Chug. Cheryl Dior, which is another United Kingdom. She's third, fifth cousin.
No, because Ali's Mackenzie, and you said McKendrick, so Mackenzie and Dingme and McKendrick could be as in sort of distant cousins or relations.
Mm,
Because it's, if you think about it, because that's what a lot of things happened in relation families. They married onto their distant cousins,
mm,
although they were never related as such. But that's how their name as in goes on, or their surname. because when the man marries a female, the female then her surname changes
Yeah.
from her maiden name a married surname.
Yeah.
Because if you go and try and find somebody, do you know the easiest way to find somebody? As in if you're doing private investigation work, check a guy's name. As in a guy's name never changes. The surname doesn't change on a man's side.
Yeah.
I done it for our John. Our John was looking for come up here. He found mum's address and the Glasgow Library. I can't remember what the library's called. Mitchell Library. Looked up Mitchell Library. Mum was still here, but he couldn't find the other parts of the family. And that's exactly what I done. I went through Facebook, and that's what I done. I done a search on like Jamie Brown or my cousins, but the male side of it, and that's how I found their numbers. Was through it.
There's also a lady here called Thea Elmsley. She's also from United Kingdom.
If she had a brother or if she had a brother or married onto a man, you would more likely to find the male version rather than the female version.
Yeah.
Because she might have had another maiden. That might be when she was married, not her maiden.
Yeah, well, that's it. Ian Coombe, United Kingdom. He's in his 60s, apparently. There's quite a few. Peter Bailey. Here we go. Glenn Stone, USA.
Was that when you say, for instance, are you looking at the family tree and you're looking at the branches? You're looking at the branches of it.
No, this is the actual. It's not going to pick up. I'll have to turn the brightness down again. Might have to go down further with it. This is the actual.
This is how we do with the coins, because it's the history behind the coins we look at. We're trying to understand more than the actual coin itself. So when you talk about I start talking about history. I love cracking things, as in especially when it's historic, to try and understand it.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about family tree, it'll branch off, as in distant cousins and all the rest. And it'll be different. That's how you'd be different. It'll be different surnames. But it depends if you're looking at just as in because you get a paid version of it. I don't know if it was an unpaid version you're looking at, or whether it's a paid version. Because your paid version will give you all your family tree, but it'll give you as in 60s or great grandfathers.
Yeah. No, well,
down the line.
What I was just looking at was on the actual report that matched up with other people's trees.
Right.
So I've got to add that report yet to my tree, so that other people that's on there will probably get in contact with me and say, "Oh, I'm your cousin. Hello. Whereabouts are you? Australia, mate." But yeah, that's interesting. Like I said, I've got one, maybe two, one on my mother's side, one on my father's side. My grandmother,
my dad's history. I don't know anything about my dad's side of the family at all. But it was my auntie Anne, when I asked her a question. That's how I found out about my great grandfather. My great grandfather being a tram driver or a horse-drawn tram driver. That's how I found out. So basically, they came off as in bus, so they were bus drivers.
Yeah.
Most of the family, or to do with motor side of it. because my dad's dad, he was a petrol mechanic. Our Alec was a diesel mechanic. Our Roddy done panel beating, but then come out again when everything was going down a death and went into engineering side.
Yeah.
But then I found out my great granddad was a horse-drawn tram driver. So that's obviously how the family, because I always wondered where the family actually where they originated from at the start, because they come down, because dad actually came from Black Hill, Easterhouse, which is the roughest neck as in back then. It's changed now. Easterhouse has changed now. I know somebody that's actually that lives over there now, as in mum's friend, because she was over the way to see the way or whatever. She's godmother to Charmaine's, but they are now staying over there in Easterhouse. So it's not as rough as what it used to be. But Dad used to talk about them fighting over the bankment and all that car on, as in the Black Hill Easterhouse. But Dad spent a lot of time more in Airdrie than what he did over in Easterhouse. Because he had a yard over in Airdrie, but it didn't belong to them. It belonged to the Italians. But that was because Grandad kept their ice cream vans on the road. They had about 12 ice cream vans or something like that, and he used to keep them on the road. So basically, he had the backyard where there was garages round the back. But I was trying to find the family history, but my sister wouldn't tell me the family history. The only part I know is Granny was a McGee, but then I couldn't understand why my dad had. To me, I thought it was two surnames, but then I found out it's not. They're actually McLeod Smith, so we're actually of the McLeod clan. And there is a bit of history on YouTube about the McLeod clan, but it doesn't tell you everything about it. It tells you that there was two sides of the McLeod clan, and basically there was an argument or a feud, and one went one way and one went the other. So there was part of the family that went their opposite ways.
Yeah, that's the same with the Clarke clan back in the UK, because the very first bunch of Clarkes, which is from my ancestry, one bloke, there was two brothers, and his mum and dad lived in the UK, and along with like the two boys. I can't think. I can't even pronounce it now.
But whatever it's Shaunna, just tell the story. Right. Just tell the story, because that's what I do. Because I don't know everything.
So anyway, the Clarke clan, one of the boys, there was an argument there, and one of the boys decided he was breaking away from the Clarke, like the Clarke.
Right.
And he dropped the E off. That's how the Clarke became two different ones.
Right.
But then one of the Clarkes ended up getting transported from the UK down to Port Arthur for stealing a loaf of bread.
Right.
And that's how the Clarkes with the E started in Tasmania.
Right.
I
know you get into history of family trees, it starts to get a bit confusing, and then you're trying to get all the back history to actually understand it. It's quite in depth once you start.
Well, see, my grandmother, she, like my dad's mum, she was a cook, COOK, and she was related to Captain William Cook,
right,
who discovered like all over the place, pretty much, all over here in Australia, and so anyway, I finds out that he's my mother's grandmother's first cousin, I should say, or
So
somewhere
basically, the
related
thing.
to my grandmother
So
anyway.
basically, your surname's famous. Then basically, it's
Yeah,
famous.
but one of my cousins over in Victoria has found out that on the Cam side of the family, CAMM, I don't know if it's partly my cousin as well, but more hers,
Mm-hmm.
is also royalty
Oh, right.
related to Queen Elizabeth.
Ah, interesting.
Mm. So, Annie Queen Elizabeth, can you please help? Yeah. Oh, cool.
That's a 1 ounce. That's a 1 ounce silver round.
Yeah, Kevin, that's awesome, isn't
The
it?
maple leaf. That's what I'm saying. I collect everything for, as in for clad, proof, coins, you name it. I collect
Mm.
it. I get in an auction and I'm like, if I've got the money lying there, because I'm like, well, why should the bank use it? I'm like, well, I'm getting it off benefits. I'm like, well, if I'm not going to use it, I might as well spend it. But I might as well spend it and still be able to look at it as well. So I'm
Oh, well,
like,
that's
well,
it. Yeah, I love doing family tree. Actually, our library at the moment, I don't know if it started yet or not, but sometime soon they're doing a thing on family tree. So I'm
right.
interested in doing family tree. So I'll probably go along to that. I won't be doing it tomorrow because I've got to go and babysit again tomorrow for the day. I'll go over to my daughter and because she's got to go to family court tomorrow, which is Tuesday here for me, and because her partner he'll be at work, so there's no one going to be home for the two older children rather, when they come home from school, and then someone's got to be there for Bub. So I said, well, I'll do it. So I'm happy to do that. I love looking after my little man. So,
Kevin's right. They do get expensive. As you got the silvers or whatever, and then you start going up the stuff. But a lot of the dealers or whatever, as in sometimes they take coins out of certain proof sets because there's sometimes like the Morgan dollar and all that carry on and the X are worth actually more than the set themselves.
yeah. So, yeah, I'm just so in amazement with history. I never used to be. I used to, when I was going to school, I hated history. Well, we didn't really do anything on it, really. So, I mean, it was something I couldn't really hate, I suppose. But,
I was better at history than what I was at geography.
yeah,
I was lost in it. I was like, don't even know. I'm not even good with sense of direction. Um,
yeah,
it's alright if there's landmarks. Then I remember landmarks and bits, and that's what my dad
mm,
used to do. As in, he would
yeah,
remember landmarks and stuff. Because Stephen used to take him in the lorry when they had the lorry, and Dad
yeah,
could know exactly how to get to a place, but it was always landmarks he would remember. But names of places and actual down left, right, and all that car on. Nah, I'm like, if
yeah,
I took you someplace, I get you lost. Put it that way, I get you lost unless I know the place in particular. If I've done it a few times, but
yeah,
history I was more into because I liked the teacher we had when we were at high school. But then I started getting back into a lot of history because obviously we're doing the coins. because there's slabs.
Yeah.
There's coins that's slab there, but that's That's what we call generic. And then you get the ones where it's like PCGS and Annex. See,
Yeah.
people don't realise that a lot of like that. That's like an independent one. So they're not as well known. They're not as well known like that. The ones there in particular like that, as in that says guaranteed authentic, right? But that's no. That says www.unccoin, right? So that's a company that's not recognised. But when it's a company that's recognised, like your Annex and all that, and your PCGS, that's when you're talking good money, as in actually good money when they've been slabbed. I've just done it because I like doing it because of the company and how many people were actually into it. I didn't realise how big it was. I didn't realise how big it actually was.
I just worked that out.
It's fine, Sean. I've put it back. I don't even know where one is to actually show you as in the difference between them. Because you get like a PC if you get a PCGS one, because they're actually graded. It's like the ones they're actually graded, but that's because they're not recognisable. They're not. That's not big. They're not worth big money.
Yeah.
But like when it's done like Annex and PCGS, as in when they're graded, you're talking good money for them, depending on the coin and the age of the actual coin itself.
Oh, yeah.
That says like MS66, MS66.
Yeah.
But as I'm saying, that company's not really recognised as such. So when you go into PCGS and Annex and that, as in the company that has been like there for doing it for years.
Okay, yeah.
Aye, unk means uncirculated, an uncirculated coin, which means it's never been.
That's what I got now. Working with vulnerable people card.
Right?
You don't want to see my middle name. You don't know that one. I don't like my middle name. How do I get this banner off?
I don't even think Kevin that exists anymore. It was www.unccoins.com.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was. I don't think it exists anymore. But a lot of there's like there's one that says ICG, which is independent coin grading, and it's not recognised. It's not really recognised either. See, I don't like talking about coins because some people are like, I'm not really interested in coins. All I'm interested in how much I've actually got in my pocket, because people sometimes don't realise that they have like a face value. They've coins are like a face value, but there's also a numismatic value, and numismatic value is more than than face value itself. But you got to be into that to understand it all. I just liked auctions. That's how I got right into it.
Yeah.
Because I have a passion for auctions. And when they started doing auctions in their channels, and all that, Karen, that's what put me into it. It started with one person, and then one person says, well, I can't ship to you because of how much you're spending. And basically, I don't want to get myself into trouble. And I was like, well, you won't get yourself into trouble for shipping it over, because that's how the country works as an import and export. Because it's like, as in Scotland and UK, they do more export than they do actually import.
Yeah.
But you have to have the raw materials to actually make something and then export it back over that's worth more.
I just went back and saw little Lama Laura's comment about not been seeing the live stream from me in ages. Yeah. Sorry, Lara. Lara. That's my granddaughter's name, Lara. Sorry, Laura.
I'm always Kevin. I know exactly when when I go into an auction, I don't go over my budget. I set a
No.
budget for every coin, and I won't go over it. And there's been times where I was like, I would really like to own that coin, but then I'm like, I'm not going to overpay for that. I would rather be on the safe side than actually ding me, because if you go over your budget or you go over the value of that coin, you're never going to get that money back if you decide to sell it. Because that's what sometimes people, like a dealer, will do. He'll start with the crappy stuff and then work his way up the levels as he's working his way up. And it's the same as an album. They'll maybe as in put one as like as in a so there's no space in an album, and then they'll decide, well, that's not as good a quality as in a bit. They'll actually keep saying quality, better grade. They'll put a better grade. They'll sort of put a gap filler in, as in for so long, and then eventually they'll sell that one out to get a better grade one to put in their album.
Well, that's it.
But I tend to, when I'm buying rolls or whatever, and if I'm going through a roll, I don't look for errors. A lot of them look for errors and varieties. I don't do that. I'm looking for the better looking ones, as in going through like taking all the spotties out, or the spotty ones and all that. But then sometimes I'm thinking, well, am I too hard with a coin? Because you think about it, the longer a coin stays in circulation, the more darker it gets with age on it. So it's all to do with age and the actual conditions that it's lying in. Like if it's in it depends what the year, as in it's all to do with year. The era, as in when you're earning a coin, and it depends on what conditions or climates it's sitting in, which that's why it ends up it starts toning. Because a lot of the 1 cents are like really, sometimes you find them, they're really, really brown. Like the old Wheaties. The old Wheaties are like really brown. But there comes a time where you're like, well, you can't see the date on them at all. Because that's a book on its own.
Wow.
It's finished. That's the 1959. That's after the Wheaties, because the Wheaties finish in 58. And I've also got that one that it's only partly started, as in the Nichols for 1913.
Oh wow!
That was another book. Somebody actually gave me the book. I was in an auction and they were like, if Alec wants that, give him it. And I didn't even expect the person to do it, but I'll figure out who gave me it, and then eventually what I'll do is I'll buy them something back, and then I'll send them something, because I don't like to feel as if I owe people something. I don't like that idea. But that's why I start buying more Nichols, because I'm like, well, I want to fill that book up. I actually fill it to finish the book. But you'll never finish. Some albums you'll never finish, because you start you start one and then it will jump to something else. So you'll never actually finish it. You'll get to a certain degree. But if I start something, I like to try and finish it as best I can.
Yeah.
But then that book would be worth more, as in by the time it's full. I think it was Raymond Jean that got me it, and I think he paid like 30. I think it was like 35 or 40 for that, as in the way it sat, because there was coins in it. But I liked the book. I would have probably bought it just for the empty album. But I tend to like, as in a couple of coins in an album before I even touch it.
You're probably likely to be talking to Kevin, is it? Redneck The one that also knew Anthony.
I haven't seen him. I haven't seen Shaunna. I haven't seen them sort of people in the auction, because I usually sit in Lemonhead Pennies and Joe Durbin's and all that,
I was
Carol.
gonna say, yeah.
I know a lot of faces as in between our community, but I'm one of these ones that I tend to spend a lot of time on my own. I'm like, I'll talk to them to a certain degree, but I won't involve myself too much.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that, well, if you're talking to probably family of Anthony's, could you pass on my sincere condolences?
Well, when Ian done a video, Ian done a video for Anthony. So what I done was I commented on Anthony's, but when I went to try and put a donation to the link that Ian had, it threw me onto PayPal's front web page. So then I went on it because he put the link, I think, for one of the round table lot. So I went and said that was sorry for to hear the loss as in we won his round table.
Yeah.
But his other half is the money, the donations are getting passed to Donna herself. It's going through Donna's account. It's going straight into Donna's account.
All right. Yeah,
I'm like you. I find out about things as in through the grapevine, and it's when I see a video or something. Anthony was, I sort of, I didn't know Anthony really well, but Anthony, I remember, and Anthony, when I first met him, that's how I met a lot of people, was through Anthony, and that's how I built up the channel. But it was a few times where somebody will come to me and say, by the way, Anthony just shouted you out or just told me about you. And I was like, and then I'm trying to think, Anthony who? And I was like, and then I twigged and I was like, right, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because it took me, don't forget, Shaunna, it took me like I think it was like just over 2 years to even get to 1K.
Yeah.
And it was because he seen all the rest of your crew getting to 1K, and I was like, well, where am I? And it's not that you get jealous, it's like, well, if they're up there and you're down there, you sort of go, well, where am I supposed to be? And then you sort of go, well, can't I be up there with them?
You wouldn't be too far off getting your play button, wouldn't you? Or have you already got it?
That's what I'm saying. I've got my 1K. I've got the actual green tick. I've got a green tick pass. Tick pass. No, you wouldn't need a red play button. You'd have to have a lot of supporters to get one of them. A red play button.
That'd be cool to get one of them. I've got a long way to go to get one of them.
Ian will be first. Ian will be first. Because that's why, though, I remember Ian when he was just over 1,000 when I first met Ian. And now he's at like something like 9, I think he's like 9 or 10K. And I remember Mick Moore's as well, as in when he was low numbers. And now he's nearly sitting at 10 or 15K. It depends on the videos that it depends on the content you put out. That can do it for you, depending on the content.
You've got to have the right
You've
content.
got to be consistent. See, when people don't realise, on YouTube, you have to be consistent with your videos or consistent with a live stream. You've got to be consistent every week without failure for it to work for you. And it's a lot of work to put into it. Because some days when I'm like, I can't be bothered. I'm like, I can't be bothered with this. Or I get to days where I have my bad days, as in where my depression starts kicking in, and I'm like, I don't want to drag everybody down, so I just don't do live streams or put out the videos. But I've had people turn around and say, you have good content. Your content's good. I don't see I'm not. Because I tell people I'm nothing special.
Me either. I'm just your old plain Jane.
But I listen, Shaunna, I listen to a lot of the other YouTubers, the older YouTubers, and they were telling me as in keep it, because I was asking them certain questions, and it was Grizz 270 that turned around and says to me about keep it real. And I started asking myself, well, if he's saying keep it real, how do you keep it real? It means not being faking camera. And you don't have to do all this special thing with editing.
No.
If you don't want to edit a video, you don't have to touch it. The only reason somebody edits a video is to take out the parts that they don't want in or the mistakes. I tend to leave the mistakes. See, after I do a live stream, I don't watch the video after the live stream. I know the mistakes is there. I know they're there. They don't have to tell me the mistakes are there. I'm interested in people actually giving me comments or giving me ideas in the comments and saying that, well, I don't think you were right with this, so that I can then develop it, because that's exactly what I want to do, is bring out better content as it goes along. I don't want it being as in people turn off within the 10 seconds or 20 seconds and go, I'm bored of this. I want to keep them captivated. But it's not about the numbers. It never was about the numbers. I saw something I wanted to do. I wanted to grow a family. And that's what I'm trying to do, is grow the American family over the whole of the world.
Well, that's it, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter start that again. It doesn't matter how many subscribers you got. It's just a number at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, what some people don't realise is that, well, there is life outside of YouTube. And some people might have work that they've got to go and do and stuff like that, or whether it be looking after kids. With me, it's going to be looking after foster children and stuff like that. So my time's going to be taken up with them. Whether or not I can still film with them around, incorporate them into my channel, I don't know, because it's a lot of legal technicalities and their
law and all
privacy.
the rest. Aye.
And it's their privacy I've got to protect. So I don't think I could do it. My grandchildren, yeah, I can with them, providing I've got the permission from my daughter to do it, and the permission of my son-in-law for his.
But the thing is, it was Baggett's Corner that actually egged it on. I used to watch Ian Matthews' content or Classic Truck Rescue, and then for Classic Truck Rescue, I started watching Ian Matthews' videos. Now, the reason why I went to Robert Nudden was because I seen Ian actually recommending Robert Nudden, but I didn't know there was a big fallout with Robert Nudden at the time. So I was watching a lot of older videos for way back, and I was like, well, I want to follow Ian because I liked the guy as a person, and that's how I eventually found you on Hazy Days. But I also like Hazy Days and you Dizzy. But I've always got this thing that I always like company. I like being around people, and that was the whole thing. So to me, a family is like, that's exactly what it is. Like a community is a family. You get to know people that you get on with, that you actually get on with well, and you bounce off of them.
That's right, Kevin. Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying there, mate. I tell you what, it's got awfully cold in the shed all of a sudden. It's not like back in the day in Queensland when that aircon used to turn itself on and off on me.
No, because the decimal currency started in it was February. I've actually got a book, it's like it looks like a small album, and it started in 1970, February 1971. was the first time with when decimalisation came in, but there was a
Yeah.
halfpenny, and the halfpenny they actually done away with a halfpenny.
Wow.
I keep
That's amazing.
That's what I'm saying. The only reason I keep books is because it's reference material, but I don't use the reference material all the time, and I don't go by the guide, the price, the guide, the book price or the guide price in the book. I go off the top of my head, But if I've got a coin that I'm not sure about, or something is telling me there's something different about that coin, that's when I'll pick the book up to see what different, to understand why it's telling me that. It's as if I get like a gut feeling inside of me, as in there's something different. It was like that one there. Hold on till I find it. I
I've
can't
got
find
this
it.
jacket on, and it's so
That's like
thick.
that. That's like that one. That Alia coin. You can't really see
Oh,
it.
wow.
That's like a Alia coin, and then I bought it in a job lot, as in it was in one, but that was an auction that was nearby me, and I was like, well, what's different about this coin? I kept looking at it, and it kept sort of niggling at me, and then that's when I found out it's Marco Piri White. It's not a coin; it's an actual casino token. That's what it is. It's a £2.50 casino token. It's when you go into Marco Piri White's restaurant and you go for a meal for two. I think it's like £15 or something, like £30, and they give you there's two tokens. They give you £5 worth for a casino. So I keep it because I took a fancy to the coin. But eventually, at some point, somebody will ask about it, and probably it'll end up getting sold at some point.
Yeah.
But later on, because I like it because it tells a story. It actually tells its own story.
I think I've got a few stickers on there now.
You sent me because you sent me a flag.
Yeah, I've got Urban Lad, which is this one here. It's not picking up real well.
No, the reason why you sent me a flag is because I gave up. If you remember, I gave the mug because I won the mug from your giveaway, and I gave it to somebody else because they were all starting to, I want that and I should have won that and all the rest, and I gave it away, and you felt bad with me giving it away.
Yeah, I've got to get a Jimmy C one yet. I haven't got one of his. Actually, I'm quite surprised my brother from another mother hasn't even come on. He usually comes in. I've got Snobby Scrap Picker, Steve Punk, Big
Snobby
Gaz.
hasn't been on for a Snobby hasn't been on for a while, and so is Dusty Blonde. They haven't been on for a while. Dusty and Snobby.
Yeah. Big Gaz, he's also Australian. U Dizzy 1969, Captain Jerk, Hazy Days, and Ian, and Up to No Good, Making Tracks, he's also an Aussie. Tom Noble and Pole Barn. He's
I don't even have I don't even own it. I don't even own an Ian Matthews sticker. I don't even own one. I'm still waiting for one.
Yeah, it took me a while to get one, but I finally got it. But yeah, I want to get heaps more stickers.
What I'm saying is, don't forget the old crew, because that's where I got the 400 from. If I didn't subscribe to them and I wasn't on their channels, I wouldn't have got to 400. That's how I originally got to 400. And then when the 400 fluctuated or stood still, I decided that's when it wasn't a case of, well, you're not liked here. It was a case of, well, I had to move on to find my actual niche, or to then start to wonder where I actually belonged. and felt comfortable with. But
Yeah.
I still shout you guys out. I still shout yous out as
Yeah.
in while I'm on other streams or when I'm in other places. I will
Yeah.
mention certain names. But then my mum's like, well, you said that you're not supposed to mention names.
Yeah.
But I'm like, well, I'm not mentioning them in a bad way. I says,
No.
Mum, I says, you don't realise. I says, it's all right mentioning people's names in a good way. It's
Yeah.
different if you're doing it in a bad way, and I'm not doing it in
Not wrong, Kevin.
bad taste.
Yeah. Oh, get the drink. Hang on. Oh, no, we're back.
No, because I'm subscribed to a lot of channels, but then I tend to float about YouTube. I don't stay in one place.
Yeah.
But when you mentioned like Donna Shaw, that's how I could bring up a lot of things about Donna Shaw. But I
Yeah.
didn't want to actually bad mouth the person because she was liked by certain people.
Yeah.
Because Ram Jams was I think Ram Jams was a son, and
Yeah.
the other one that he then ended up had a baby to her. That lassie, I
Yeah.
can't mind her. I was subscribed to her channel for a while as well. But then
Yeah.
when you don't watch their content for so long, YouTube then unsubscribes you from
Yeah.
certain channels. And I've got like 1100 channels as in I actually support. So when I'm
I'm
not on YouTube, when I'm
not
not actually making content on YouTube, I'm actually watching videos of different
Yeah.
channels and then sending comments because that's what
Yeah.
everybody's. I've never ever, as in said a bad word or a bad put something bad in a comment. I've always gave somebody a recognition and said keep up the videos or keep up
Yeah.
the videos and live streams because getting that bit of confidence or giving somebody that self-esteem makes them want to do it even more.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing that we're going to be doing too, we've got some big plans coming up in the next few weeks, I believe. We are talking, like Captain Starkers and I, we've been talking about getting a wood lathe and
Well,
making a few bits and bobs and that with it and having a go at making bowls. And I mean, we're both learning it, so it's just something to do other than casting and doing videos and stuff like that. I can be doing videos on how I'm doing the lathe work and stuff like that, and I'll film Captain Starkers doing it as well, and just to make the make
I know
the
somebody.
channel more interesting rather
I
than
used to know
being
somebody that I knew somebody that used to make pens, as and then used to make them
yeah,
as from wood, and then make them
yeah,
hollow in the middle.
yeah, yeah. Yes, Kev.
But the thing is, you have to keep your content interesting, and you've also got to keep on top of it all the time. And once you get into a thing where it gets boring, then you've got to change everything round on its head to keep it interesting, to keep them
Yeah,
people and capture people as in so they'll keep watching as in the
yeah.
new stuff that's coming out.
Also, I want to try different things, not just set myself to one thing. Like with designing my t-shirts and stuff like that. Well, I found it was easier for me to do the print and send it off to, say, like Vista Print, and get them to print it up. Like, I'll pay for it, and then if anyone wants it, well, I'll send it to them.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind actually, instead of having an inkjet, have the laser one or the other one, as in where it's cheaper in ink. Because I wouldn't mind doing that myself. Because that's what I'm
Yep.
saying to you. That software I gave you, that's part of
Yeah.
Select Cameo stuff. That's for the plotter, and that plotter's like £300. But that plotter's sitting there doing nothing at the moment. But the thing is, the reason why I'm not doing 3 projects at one time is because I don't want to be as not knowing where way I'm going and what direction I'm going in.
Yeah,
So
well,
I've sort of
that's it.
stuck to the coins now.
Yeah, I don't want to be on that either.
Eventually, as time goes on, I will start putting other stuff out there. It's like that.
Yeah.
I built an arcade joystick. I got all the components and then I put it together. But the only part that let me down was the software part, because I couldn't understand the software part. And it's like that. The money that I get in, it helped to buy them. Now that's expensive equipment. You're talking like £200. You're talking like £200 for £200 for these alone. They're £200 a piece, as in for them.
Wow.
And that's for doing mobile phones. And then that adapter there, that's £160. That's £160 on its own. That's not even with a machine. It's an adapter that goes onto that.
Yeah.
So talking about when you start going and doing a project or a hobby, it starts to then want money, so you end up having to put money into it.
I like to keep myself busy, like to have a go at certain things and find out what works for me and if I can do it. And if I can do it, I'll continue to do it. Where I tend to, if something doesn't work for me, then I tend to think, all right, I'll just leave that. Say, hypothetically, with the resin, I was having, I won't say trouble, but difficulties in getting the ratios right. And anyway, so I said to Captain Starkus, I think I'm measuring out the part B wrong. He said, yeah, you're measuring it out wrong, he said. I said, well, it's like this. Me resin wasn't setting hard. It was still bendy.
Right.
And you could really twist it.
Aye.
Yeah, so I said, obviously I'm not using enough of the hardener. Anyway, so I started doing, I'll find a cup so I can better demonstrate it.
You start talking about all that, Carol, and I understand all that, because when Dad was doing spray painting, you were talking about as in it's now water based. A lot of it's now water based.
Yeah.
But back then it was like solvents, so you like your activator and your hardener. So you've got your activator and then you get your hardener, and the hardener's to harden it up.
I don't know if you can actually see that line. Hang on, I'll bring you up bigger. I'll bring myself up bigger, that is. Oh, stupid mouse doesn't want to work.
So how much part A have you supposed to put part B?
See that red line there where my fingernail is?
Around?
That's where I was putting the hardener. And then just above there, I was going with the art resin itself.
Right.
Or maybe up to that line there. Anyway, I thought one night, I'll go back to normal, that what I did was, instead of going there, I'd have it there for the hardener, and then on the second cup, I'd do the same with the actual resin, and then tip the hardener into the cup and then mix it together. Well, I then found I was doing it right.
Right.
And then after that, because I was just eyeballing it, like, to begin with, and but now I've realised that, well, yeah, because the one I use is 2-to-1. And I
Because
said, and
when
how do
Dad,
I work that out?
what happened was is they get I was working with my father, right. Now when we got the big factory, they
Yeah,
decided to bring in the guy that we worked for, which was our ex boss. Well, I call him ex boss now because we don't work for him any longer. Or the guy we used to work for. He
yeah,
actually told me he was having problems with the company he used to deal with, as in mixing the paint. And Dad loved when I used to mix the paint up for him,
yeah,
because I tend to when Robert done it, his half son mixed the paint up. It wouldn't turn out properly. But when I
yeah,
done it, the mix, the ratio mixes, but I knew exactly how to do it with the microfiche, because you the microfiche which tells you as not the mixture, and basically you had a set of scales, and it was a digital set of scales. So you put the tin onto the scales, you zeroed it out, and then you done exactly what the microfiche done. And my colours matches were coming out spot, as in spot on. And Dad was like, "You actually," he says, "every time I have a mixture from you, it's always spot bang on." He says, "But if
yeah,
I ask Robert to do it," he says, it's miles up, it's miles off." But the only reason we brought the paint machine in was because they were getting, every time they were going to go and get it done by the company itself, they were getting it wrong every time, and they were fed up. The Morris was getting fed up. Yeah. But then when he sent the machine back, as
yeah,
in, they went absolutely daft at him. They wanted like £1,200 or something like that after they
yeah,
took the machine back.
yeah,
But my dad didn't take nothing to do with that, because it was like, well, you hired the machine, or you rented the machine. You rented the machine, because it was all called tint. They called it. It wasn't called paint. It was called tinters. It was called
yeah,
tinters. That's what it was called. But a lot of it was all solvent based back then. So when you're
yeah,
talking about, that's how I understand when you talk about activator and hardener,
yeah,
or hardener from resin. That's
yeah.
how I understand it, because been doing that, it sort of led me up that way.
Well,
Because
see,
Dad,
I didn't. I'd been watching somebody. I can't think of his name now, but he's only just someone that I've recently started to watch. Doing like jewelry making, key rings, and those sort of little diddly things, Um, like I've been doing, and I watch him, and at the end of his video, he keeps saying, if you want to support my channel or like my content and you want to support my channel, he has PayPal. Well, I thought, well, okay, that might be, I mean, you're not exactly asking for people for money, which I don't anyway. I never do. But if they wanted to, I've got PayPal.
I bet Shaunna,
And
you're allowed to do that because it's donations. So it's not as in, it's not. See, I've had to understand, as in, as you well know, trying to understand when they've said donations, because to me donations feels like charity, but you've got to think about it the opposite way. That you're
mm,
putting out content, you're putting that out free gratis.
yeah,
So you are entitled to getting paid in some sort. So you're not begging for it. So you're putting your PayPal out there and saying, well, if you would like to donate.
yeah,
So you're not forcing anybody's
no,
hand that they have to do it.
no. But see, the donations would be that to help buy the resin, so I'll continue on learning and putting out stuff that I can either sell that I've made to people, you know, like
See, when I do a live stream, I don't put my PayPal, but that's what I want to do when I become monetized. I want to be able to put my PayPal and also have my super chats. But
Yeah.
I'm not forcing anybody's hand up their back
No.
that they have to, as in super chat me and all the rest. And I'm
No.
not going to change. I'm not going to change as in when I get over 1K. Alec will no change because he recognises all these small people under him, and that's how we all started. Was out because a lot of people have been talking to me saying that a lot of the bigger channels forget the smaller channels underneath them or the people that helped them get there
That's it.
in the first place.
Exactly. And, you know, I wouldn't even ask my own family, oh, can I borrow $20 here or $20 there or whatever. I just won't do it. But
But it's like that
person
donation.
getting busy,
I didn't expect him to send £50. He
no,
knew
well,
it was
that's
in
it. You
there. He
don't.
knew it was in there. He knew that was in there, but
Hmm.
didn't say to me and said, "By the way, there's a surprise in it."
Well, that's
So
it. Yeah.
but I'm going to basically. He's still put it this way, Shaunna. He's
It's
still going to get
amazing.
something for that money he spent. Although that he's gave me that, there's stuff going back to him. There's stuff actually going back to him.
Yeah.
But I don't have to do that, give him back. I could turn around and say, well, I don't need, because that's what I was talking to Cornwald, as in which is a friend of mine that's got his own YouTube channel as well.
Yeah.
He's like, Alec, he says, even although that when I read it to him about saying that on the sheet it said about the £50 being a gift, he says, you don't have to do that, Alec. But I says, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do that because £50 is a lot of money to me, as in because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
scraping on my life, and that's the way I feel about it. And that's why I said I've got the grab bags. The grab bags are already made up. They've been sitting there for a long time, so it's not
Yeah.
a problem
Well,
of
that's it.
sending them one.
Well, see, I said on the end of my video that I put up tonight, I don't even care if it's 10 cents, 5 cents, 20 cents. You know, all that mounts up eventually.
Exactly.
And I do say, you know, I promise whatever's donated will go directly to buying more molds or resin or
Looks like Shauna's frozen. Shaunna. Probably come back in a minute. I know everybody can see that. I never noticed that. That peg. Noticed that peg. Hole there. I'm still live on the show, but Shaunna has disappeared. I don't know if Shaunna's coming back or not. Maybe her phone died of death. Maybe her phone died of death. Who knows? Anybody got any questions? I'm left on my toad. I'm left on my toad.
And stream. Sorry about that. We lost stream for a minute. Yeah. No, I'm back, Kev. No, my internet died on me. That's all. I'll go back
Shaunna.
again.
No, because I was listening to what you were saying.
Mm.
No, because I'm the same. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Whatever I sell or whatever, as in money wise, that's what will happen.
Wow.
I'll put it back into channel.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've never been one for asking money, and that's why I always say, if people want to donate, I'm happy for it, but I don't expect it.
But I even have a lot of people do
There, Kev.
subscribe, share as an individual. I don't even say that at the end of any of my videos.
Mm.
I don't know what it is. It's just that I don't feel comfortable in saying it.
No.
So I don't because I don't expect anybody to watch. I don't expect anybody to watch the videos.
No, well, I
What's
don't.
in the box, Kevin? It's full of coins and bits and pieces in that box.
Mm.
It's from Lemon. It's from Lemonhead Penny. It's from his auction. It's from his auction as an items I've actually bought. That's what's inside it. It's all bits and pieces. Because I tend to now I tend to leave them for my live streams. I'll leave a lot. What I'll usually do is I'll leave the last box. Say for instance, I've only got one box. I'll leave that box till I get the next box in, and then I'll do a live on that box, and then I'll do the same again. So I've always got a box coming in.
Yeah.
Because I got to a stage where there was at one stage I was like, as soon as it came in, it had to be like a kid at Christmas, and it had to be opened. Now I'm like I leave the element of surprise because I'm like I want everybody else to sort of join in to actually see what's coming out the box. Because I've sort of got a title for the next box, but I'm not going to sort of give it away at the moment, as in the title for the next box. I've been speaking to somebody in at home items. He's bought items from me, but he's put it in my box and stuff, and I've still to find the bits to go to him because he's already paid for it. But he's not harassing me saying, "Well, you got my bits and I need them ASAP." He knows the script, and he knows he trusts me and knows that he'll get his stuff. It's not a problem. But getting his items.
Mm.
Because I tend not to go into the same auction that he's in. So that we're not bidding against each other.
Yeah, I'm the same, Kevin. I have to open stuff immediately. And then I forget, oh, shit, I should have filmed that. So what I do is put it all back in, flatten it down so it looks like I hadn't opened it. I'm letting out secrets now, but anyway, don't matter.
Well, because that's like, I've actually
Or
got 3
if I've gone partly into it, oh, hang on, I've got to film this, and then I'll film it and finishing opening.
Shaunna, there's actually 3 boxes, and there's another 2. There's another 2 getting shipped at the moment. There's another 2 getting shipped at the moment. There's another 2 getting shipped.
Yeah, I haven't had any. Oh, yes, I did. One of my molds come from China. I got it on eBay and thought I was getting it from Australia, but it turned out to be China.
But the thing is, it's like the unlocking boxes. They come directly from China.
Yeah.
They come from Shenzhen, and a lot of the adapters, like the Morse adapters, they come from Shenzhen as well. But I managed to find them as on AliExpress because I actually emailed the company or Facebook the company, and the company says we don't sell to the general public, or we don't even sell to the trade. We've got an agent. I says, well, who's the agent then?
Wow.
They actually sell it directly through AliExpress, and I was like, well, that's rubbish. That. But they also made a They also made a cock up. They made a cock up on one of their adapters, and I actually got it as, and I found out about it on Facebook. Now I've got it everywhere saying about this adapter. It's not right because obviously the adapter is was supposed to have an encoder chip on it. And they brought out the same adapter but without the encoder chip, and people were going, but this doesn't work. But they couldn't understand why it didn't work. And Z3X, which is a team that belong to EasyJ Tag, said made their customers aware. Please note that this adapter doesn't. We didn't ask them to build it. If you have this adapter, please send it back. But they were still selling it on AliExpress for £20 odd. So I put it out there on Facebook. There's 2 differences with this adapter. That one's got the encode. They made a mess yet, or a muck up yet.
Wow,
Kevin, I would put that on. See if that happened to me. I'd put that on me on Facebook. If you're through one of the groups on Facebook, put it through the Facebook groups as and about that. And let others know that's, then tell them the story of what happened. I don't agree with if a big company, a big organisation is selling something, it should be right. And if there's a problem with it, they should have fixed it. They should have took them all back or took them off the market. Well, that's what I cracked up about on the adapter. It was the K1 adapter, and it's for the box, but the box doesn't understand it because the encoder chip is not on it, and it needs the encoder chip to understand. I don't know if that was Andrew or whether that was Hi Ho, because Hi Ho sometimes messages me on.
Yeah, 2:31 already. Payday. Not that I'm going to have a lot left this week. God. Yeah, well, I said on my... Actually, I've got to check that. Let's see if my video went up. Actually, what I'll do...
Cheapskate coins is sting me the night as an auction tonight, but I'm not going.
Sorry,
I
Kev.
said I'm cutting back. I said I'm cutting back because it was a shipping. And then when Mum found out I had bought stuff and I still had to pay for the shipping, and then when I told, as in she heard partly what I was saying on the phone, she absolutely, she wasn't too happy at all. You still owe money for shipping. How much money have you done me? As in you got to spend?
Well, it should just at the oven.
Thank you. Sausage. Battered sausage, battered sausage tonight, but
next time I'm going to batter you.
the batter's coming off it slightly.
Oh, yum.
It's already battered.
Making me hungry now. I'll go
Because it is dinner. Because it is dinner time over here at Shaunna. It's 5:33.
It's going to be a frost in the morning. My video that I put up is still it's just gone to 65% uploaded. 70 minutes remaining. Just Googled. Yeah. Although the weather on my laptop is lying to me. It says 13 Celsius, but yeah, that's not right.
Where is it? I'm trying to think of the adapter I'm talking about. It's called K1 adapter. So I actually showed it and showed exactly what it should look like. I sit there, the K1 adapter. It's a K1 adapter, but what they did was they were showing their one working, but the only reason their one was working because they had the one with the encoder chip. I says to people, you're not looking at it properly. I can physically see the video. See that silver piece here, Shaunna? Yep. That's where the encoder encryption chip should be, and they messed up because that's £20 worth, that one, right?
Yeah.
But the other one, they done a secondary one of that, right? But they put a 2-in-1 with one of the same kit, something like the same kit as that, but it was £130, and ZX3 told them about it because he says it's not an official product. Yeah. Which we said licensed them to actually build for us. But nobody could work out why it wasn't working, the adapter itself, because the adapter should actually, it's like a plug and play. As it goes into the box, it should understand the adapter, and the adapter's got to understand, because you're putting phones onto that, because you're actually soldering wires onto the other board. Is that's called a UFS? It's called a UFS or an ISP adapter, they call it.
Oh, right. Yep.
People couldn't work out why it wasn't working, so I explained it to them as an on Facebook group, because we're on the Facebook groups.
Yeah. I'm not going to say that, are you, Kevin? I've got to turn my brightness down on me phone.
No, because it's not people I'm always against. It's companies and the justice system. I like to wind them right up, because I'm like, well, why should you get away with it if we don't speak up? If we the public don't speak up about something, it'll never get fixed.
Yeah.
Because basically what you're doing is you're letting them get away with it.
Hang on.
And these companies, if you dare let them get away with it, they'll just keep So basically, it's not as if they're ripping the public off, but that's exactly what they're doing. fobbing the customer
Yeah,
off.
that's what I'm saying, Kevin.
But the thing is, if you're paying into that, so you're basically
That's
buying a
fine.
product off of them. Say, for instance, £2, right? So if you think about it, 10 or 20 customers as and put that £2 in, but that item's not worth nothing because it's a faulty product, and that's how they were making their money, as in through
Yeah.
people buying them like £20 a time, and it was going back to the company, and then they come back out with another adapter, saying, "Oh, it was a manufacturing fault." Or
I'm
they,
actually
or they
smoking
weren't even
smoke.
respond, or they weren't even responding. They weren't actually even responding.
My hands are ice. Mm. Yeah, we're colder than you then. Yeah, Kevin's saying, yes, Alex, they should follow up. What they should do and what they do, two different things.
But they're not interested in a lot of big car companies.
Yeah, boy, more.
They're not interested in sorting a problem out with a customer. They would rather, as no, well, the customer, because it used to be they used to say the customer's always right, but now it's not. Now it's not that way at all. The bigger companies have got the upper hand. But the thing is, we have to start cracking down on it, as in the public in general, to show them, well, no, we're not going to let you get away with it.
No, well, that's it.
You're going to take the money and then do it, and do it.
Take money and run,
and
that's what they do. Mm.
Aye, but if it was a smaller company, the smaller company wouldn't last 2 minutes because the public would be as in at the door. But because these larger organisations think they're untouchable, no, that's not the case. But the thing is, you've got to make the public aware. Well, I bought a product for this company and it wasn't exactly what it was supposed to be. I had it for 6 months. It broke down on me, and the company weren't prepared to fix it when I sent it back.
Yeah.
Why do you think Ricky sent that? Ricky sent that like his metal sword back as an Evolution. Evolution sent a courier out to basically take it back off of Ricky, and then Ricky was waiting 3 days or something and got it back, and then realised that they basically, what they'd done was when they fixed it, they basically put new parts on it as in for what was broken. But Ricky was hoping they would give him a brand new one.
Yeah.
Because it was a part that was actually that it broke off. I can't remember what bit it was. He showed it all. He showed all the photos yet, as on his Facebook. But he did ding me. He emailed the company saying he wasn't happy. But that's what I'm saying. It takes that to keep on at them to get them to take notice.
So we've got a few projects coming up now. So we're getting a lathe and going to teach ourselves on it. And I've been watching a lot of videos on YouTube. People like Pole Barn, Nick Zametti, who's also UK. Who else is there? Actually, Nick Zametti's got a son, a young son. He also does wood turning as well, and he's only a child. He's like 13, maybe 14 years old. I'm not sure. And my word, he puts out some nice stuff. I'll see if I can grab a link.
Right, but you do know you've got another person that does as in lathe lathe work, but it's more metal than wood.
Yeah.
Cliff in the shed. But she knows.
This Nick Zametti, he is funny as. He's a real character. I love the way he does his videos. This is Nick Zametti. I'll put the link in the chat. That's his. And you'll get all these videos that way. Charlie the Maker is his son. And
Right.
he does some really awesome stuff too. I mean, he's not very old. He's only, like I say, around about 12, maybe 13 years old. 14 probably. And that's Charlie the Makers as well. And they both do really good quality wood turning and resin work and all sorts of stuff. And I'll go this one, Pole Barn. Because I know you said you had not heard of him, so I thought, well, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put a links in and you guys can check him out. Or check him out. Because, well, they are really good. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so the very top first one that I put up is Nick Zametti. Then the second one is Charlie the Maker, which is Nick's son. And the last one I put up is Pole Barn.
What was that one you sent to me as a while ago? Something about they had 7 kids. What was the name of that family? Can you remember? Because I was watching them for a while, and then I stopped.
Yeah, Freer family.
Watching them. That's that Freer family.
Yeah, I love them. Him and his wife are split up.
Right.
Yeah. He's living in a flat with 2 of his daughters, older daughters. Yeah, he is, Kevin. He's really good.
No, because I've been following.
He made a great, big, long. I'm trying to show both arms. Actually, Pole Barn. Yeah, he's awesome. Great, big, long. If I can get both. Yeah. Imagine my arm stretched way out.
Right.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Great big pencil.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man, that was so funny. Oh, I need to go back there.
No, because I've been following the Smith family lately.
Yeah. I've been watching another family too. The sisters.
But Smith families are very sort of really. It's really a lot to take in the Smith family, because the Smith family, what they do is they help other people as in their house get set on fire.
It's huge. Actually, I'll get it up for you. Go back. Where is it? There it is. Right. Copy. Back here. This is the one that he's done the pencil. Paste. Chat. Yeah. I just put the one where he done that real big pencil made out of pencils, all colouring in pencils. It's fantastic. This is sort of stuff I want to learn to do. But first, I'm going to start small, then go big.
Mhm.
Go big, go home. So they say. I mean, I've got a guitar in my spare bedroom that I haven't even played yet since I've been down here. Because there's always something else going on. Like fixing roofs and... Yeah, oh well.
But
You get
Smithy family started. What happened was his daughter was putting videos on non-YouTube, TikTok,
Yeah,
and it was a case of the it was a challenge to see how many fans he could get over his daughter,
yeah.
and basically the videos took off, and he became like a TikTok famous person basically.
Oh,
But
right.
the reason why I follow him was because he's not in it for as in for himself. He's in it for to help other people.
Yeah,
And it was a shame what happened to him just recently, as in that somebody had said he was getting somebody leaked out his address. He was getting pizzas delivered, blooming
yeah.
what do you call it? Call girls were turning up at his door. He put cameras on his place and all that carry on. And then somebody set fire to his motor. But it
Yeah.
didn't just end up at his motor. It nearly ended up set his house on fire.
Yeah, oh, God.
So it
Yeah,
was like arson. So basically it was arson. It was basically arson. But everybody was saying, oh, well, he done it. He set somebody up to do it and all the rest. And it was a load of bollocks. It was two young boys.
yeah, the red resin and wood swamp stick vase, that was awesome. That is so beautiful. The amount of things you can make is endless. All you need is a bit of imagination and it's endless. I used to love doing woodwork at school. Yeah, it sure is. It's huge. He made a guitar as well out of pencils.
Right.
Oh, the things he does. Because he likes weird and funky. Oh, bloody truck going past. Just as well I'm not in my bedroom trying to sleep. I wouldn't be sleeping anyway.
See, the thing is, Shaunna, I'm not good with wood. I bought a table and it was, as in, when I was doing woodworking, and you were to get credit for building a table or building
Yeah.
a project. And I bought this table and it was never, when it was on the workbench or the, you know how you get, when you go into like woodworking class and there's the big, stupid, mad wooden benches. Well, mine, the table was sat up on top of it, I always remember it. And one of the legs looked as if it was shorter and it wasn't actually level. I could never work out how to get that bloody thing level. I did get a pass mark for it, but it wasn't, and that's when I realised I ain't good with woodwork.
Yeah, I'd like to know that too, Kevin. I'm sure he thinks them up somewhere along the line. There's a guy here in Australia, up in Queensland, Ben's Works. He did one with a raw egg done in resin, poured resin over it. Oh, I'll have to put the link in for that one too, because Oh, he's done so much. There were so many different ones. Right, I'll type him in. Ben's Wax. I was subscribed to it. That's funny. I was subscribed to his channel. Because I'm not actually signed in on YouTube. Duh, Freddy. All right, where is it? Will the ice melt in epoxy resin? Oh, the things he comes up with is awesome too. Nah. Yeah, I'll put this one in because he explains it. I lived not too far from him, actually. I was only about a couple of hours drive away from him when I lived in Queensland. If, what's his name? My mate that was on here before.
I wonder if you could get like a wooden egg that comes in two parts. Put it in an egg cup, as in a wooden egg cup. Drill a hole in the top of it. Don't take the two parts of it down with the egg together. Have it in like the egg cup. Have the two them together. Drill a hole in the top of it.
Yeah.
Enough for it, big enough to get a big enough hole. You put a funnel in it, and then put the resin in it. Once when it ends up goes hard, take the outer shell off it, as in the wooden shell off it. Because if you done it too quickly, or you took the two halves away from each other while it's still wet, it'll basically it wouldn't harden or solidify, and it wouldn't even look like an egg if that happened. So you would need to leave it a long time for it to set.
Yeah.
Because I know some of them are rubber. It's like a rubber. Some of them are rubber molds.
Yeah, well, so when I was going to school, I never did anything like using epoxy resin or any of that sort of stuff. We just had like woodwork, just basic woodwork where you'd make a little tray or a spice rack. Or
I bought him off a guy. There was a guy on eBay that used to make him, and I found him by accident. He says I made them in my dad's shed. He was making them in his dad's shed, but he used to run under his dad's name, and that's basically a plastic sheet. It comes as a plastic sheet, and then basically it gets molded. It would get molded to that.
Oh, right.
Because I wanted them for basically, because what it was is I was doing mobile phones at the time, and I couldn't find something to actually hold them or to stand them in.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, where do you buy these from? As in these, because I always seen them in the window shops or in the shops in the mobile phones. These, and to me they just looked like a deck chair. But when I seen the deck chair idea, it was like wooden, and I was like, I don't really like that idea. I would like them as in plastic, but I was buying them for he done a deal for like £12 or something like that. I've got like 8 of them. I think I've got about 8 of these, but that's what he said. Because I asked him one day, I says, how did you do that? He says, it comes in like just like a piece of plastic. He says, I've got a mould, an injection mould or a mould that's made up the same shape as that. And he says, then what I do is I heat it up. He says, I heat it up and it bends to the formation of that.
Ah, right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I never thought of that, Kev. I'm going to say that's a good idea.
Well, I'm just showing you things. I'm just showing you things, Shaunna, because some people will buy them.
Mm,
If it's at the right money, they'll buy them because some people can't get a hold of certain things.
yeah.
And once you can't get a hold of something, you're like, it gets so frustrating because you're like, well, I wished I could get a hold of them or whatever. Because you can put other things they're not just for mobile phones, but that's what I wanted them for at the time.
Yeah.
Because I
That
didn't have
video
any
I put
sitting
up
up.
with
I didn't
Ben's
want them
work.
sitting icing down.
Yeah, that video I put up of Ben's works, he already hard boiled the egg and then put it in resin and left it for 12 months. Thought that, oh. But when he cut it open, he said, oh, bleh. It was bad, put it that way. Real bad.
I know. When you said about an egg, and I thought, an egg after so many months or after a week, as in sitting there to harden up. It was stinking, the egg. But if you were clever enough,
Yeah.
an actual egg, what you could do is drill a hole in the top, a tiny, like a pilot hole, and then drill it and try and then take the insides out of it. But the thing is, I'm thinking, well, how would you get the resin into it? You would have to drill a big enough hole to put a funnel in, so you could basically pour the resin into a funnel to pour it into it.
Yeah.
Because I know what you're talking about. You're using like a mold, as in, so it's like a mold on the outer side, and obviously because he wanted an actual egg, what he done was obviously he'd used the egg shape. So basically, the resin would then go the same shape as the egg. But obviously, as you said, as you took to get the egg out of it, the actual egg itself, it was basically stinking because of the contents in the egg. I was trying to think of a way of getting the liquid out of the egg itself without breaking the shell. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about it in my head, Shaunna, the egg itself, and I was thinking, well, how would you do that? As in, make the same shape as that.
The same as that one? The UV torch. Whee! Probably shouldn't have done that. Ah, right, yeah. This is the one I got. I got it off eBay. I do a lot of shopping on eBay.
No, because what happened was this. I'll show you something. In a minute. Right, I was having problems with this company a long time ago, right? And what happened is, instead of buying from him, this is how it started. I'll show you how it started, if I can find the right ones. Do you see the name of that? Do you see the name of that company on it? You see the name of the company? GPG Industries. That's how I found that. I bought the first box. I bought the micro box. What happened is, I bought the micro box, and in the micro box there was the packets, and that's how I found the company. So I started buying from direct through them, and also that EasyJ tie box that came from GSM. It's called GSM Server. And that's how I bought, because I was like, well, I want to cut out the middleman, but it was the fact of this company in Sheffield, every time I bought a product for them, it was faulty or something was wrong with it every time I bought a product. And I was like, well, obviously he doesn't like me as a person, and maybe my name's coming up, and he's realised, and he's not like me, so that's why he's giving me Duff products. And I was like, well, every time I emailed him, he was like, that version's not right because it's a different PCB, not the rest. And that's how I started, and that's how thing me. But then I found out when with more C, as in it do the adapters.
All right.
I was like trying to find the company, and what happened was I saw this contact details, and I seen it on, like, I think it was Facebook or something. So I contacted him directly, and I says, by the way, I'm looking for the adapters for such and such. Where do I get them? And that's when it led me on to what Kevin's saying there about AliExpress.
That's one of the bangles I actually made. I mean, it's not bendy. It's very solid. But I've got to smooth the edges down on that one. But that's got the gold pigment in it. I love it. But it won't fit my big hand. It won't even go over my fingers.
Funny enough, you saying that, I was watching something, and it was a guy in India, and that's exactly what he was doing. And I don't know if it was a resin as such. It was like it looked like glass rod, but he was actually heating it. He was actually heating it, and then chopping it, stretching it, and then rolling it.
Oh.
But that's exact. See, when he finished it, Shaunna, he made it into a bangle. He actually made it into a bangle. But this guy's no Indian. I've been watching a lot of What's happened is I've been watching a lot of this channel called Pakistani Trucks. And because I'm watching Pakistani trucks, it's been giving me stuff in actual India.
Yeah.
And it happened to come up like a notification or something like that, or it was something to do with this other channel or link, and it showed. And that's when you showed that bangle there, it just made me remember about that what I saw a couple of days ago. Which what he done was he used sprinkles. He actually put sprinkles on it. Turned out different color. It actually turned out different colours. And that's exactly what it looked like. It looked like food sprinkles. But it changed the glass, or obviously what it was, because it just looked like a big bit of... It looked like, to me, it looked like a bit of bark or a bit of wood. That's what it looked like at first. And then he's sitting there heating it, but it went black. And I'm like, and he's sitting there going like, and he's squeezing it. And I thought, that's no wood. But I couldn't work out what it was. So I watched the video because I started want to know what he was doing and why he was doing it for. And then all of a sudden I sees him and he puts it. He starts gluing it gluing it together, but he was gluing it not with glue, with actual heat to stick it to put it together.
This is another one that I've made. Yeah, that's right, Kevin. It is, yes. That's a key ring, or you could have it as a necklace. That's some of the beer bottle caps that we've got here in Australia, imported beer. And then I put that little cool sign in it. But it's not really the best one. It's all rough. Not rough, but it's smooth. But the resin is all.
I still
It needs smoothing out.
I think I still maintain that's something else that
Right.
I showed you. I think
Yeah.
that's something else because you can actually see it and that's clear. Yours looks as if it's white. Yours looks as if it's white. That's clear. That's totally clear. But it's like it looks as if somebody's polished it.
Yeah.
With the 20p
And
piece.
that's
That's a
another.
UK 20. That's a Jersey. I think that's a Jersey one. No, it's Isle of Man. It's an Isle of Man 20p piece.
Yeah. And that's just like a little necklace that you could put on a necklace or something. And it's got hope written on it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking I might try and do with the new Brimble that I've got. Some of me work's getting better. Mind you, I've got a lot in here that's, tacky and soft and really needs throwing out. But I really, oh, nice.
That's one of that's Lows's daughter. I think it's Lows's daughter that done that.
Mhm.
And then she was giving it away in Tat and Treasure, which is on a Saturday. We won Lighty and Lows. I won it as a giveaway. But I showed you that, and that's the reason why I showed you it in Messenger to thing me to let you see the other ideas with the resin, because she said it was resin that they used. They used resin. And I was like, however they done it, that's something else. I was like, if I could do something like that, but then I'm thinking I don't want to take somebody else's work away from them, as in especially if they're doing it and know exactly what they're doing and how to do it.
I'm in love with this stuff. I don't know if you can actually read it.
But it's because it's coin-related.
Glow-in-the-dark pigment. I love this stuff. Yeah, it is just picking that up.
Look,
when it glows in the dark, it's green.
I see something and I'll give somebody ideas and I'm like, I saw something, and especially if they're doing it or something that they're doing, and then I'll come up with an idea or I see something and I go, I like that idea. And then I start thinking, well, what else can you use with that? My imagination starts going wild, as in it just goes wild, as in with different ideas. And sometimes I don't always do the idea myself. I'm like, I'll get to somebody else.
Yeah.
Or I meet somebody and I'm like, and they're doing, and they turn around and tell me what they're doing as a project. And all of a sudden I'm like, hold on, I have an idea here, and I'll sort of give them it, right? I've got this idea and blah, blah, blah. And I'll explain the idea and explain exactly how I see it in my head. They're trying so that they comprehend it.
That's a purple one I did with a New Zealand bottle cap at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure what that bottle cap was from, but it's from a beer. But that one's one of my better ones. I've actually sanded that back and started to polish it up. Now I've got the new Brimble, whatever you want to call it. I can do that with it now. Then I've got just the plain yellow one that I've done. That one didn't really turn out too well.
Because what you want to do is wet flatten it with wet and dry. We try and use it, and then because you use it for as in a rough wet and dry, and then a fine to eventually down to a fine, and then just use like a finishing piece. You can use T-cut Abrasso, or even like G3. You can use G3. Or like even you can actually use do you actually know you can use toothpaste? You can use toothpaste as a polish.
Yeah. That's another beer bottle cap that we have here. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I can't even pronounce that. But that's
Because toothpaste is basically got a grit. It's got a grit in it. It's
Hoopers.
basically got a grit in it. Plus, also it's got like a, as in stickiness. Plus, also
Yeah.
it's got like it's like a compound paste.
Yeah. That's the Bengal mould I've got. As you can see, that was a Bengal, but it's really demented. And this is another key ring that I was working on. But I'm going to see if I can repolish that up.
No, because I like Ricky's work, but Ricky doesn't show it on YouTube, as in his smoke burners and that. Something else. Ricky's talented.
Yeah.
Ricky does.
Then I've got
It
more
starts
mould.
off with a gas bottle. It starts off with a gas bottle, but it turns into a smoker by the time it's finished.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got a bit of some projects to finish up on, but that's going to be for another video. Because I want to test out this new machine that I got. Dremel, yeah.
It looks like a cheaper version of Dremel. I wonder if it'll be as good a quality as a Dremel.
It's an
Aye.
Ozito. I'll make myself big again so people can see it properly. There you go.
Well, it's quite a good one, so it does, Shaunna.
It is. And let's put this side here. Oh, I've got to open it. And then I've got this little container here when I can get it out.
You might want to hit me up, because I'll tell you what I've got. See all the bits that you've got in that kit.
Yeah.
See the bits you got in that kit. I'll give you other bits for it, because my dad left a lot of them, and I'm not going to use them.
Yeah.
He left a lot of bits, and fun enough, the Dremel he was using actually broke. It broke the actual machine itself, but there's a lot of things. He's got a lot of the bits still for it, as in all the wee bits, as in for the actual machine itself. And I know I'm never going to use them. And there's no point. I don't see the point in them sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, well, that's the Dremel. It is. It's heavy. Then it comes with this Duvalaki.
That's the one. So you put the bit in, and then you can actually thing me, so you don't have to actually hold the machine itself.
Yeah.
Because the vibration goes through that wand. Because J5's got the same the same setup as that. J5.
Yeah. Just put everything back in. Then I've got this little Duvalaki.
Because Dad's got sanding. He's got sanding discs, not at the little sanding discs, and he's got cut off discs as well. And I think there's a cut of buffing. I think he's got a cut of buffing wheels. But as I said, Shaunna, he's never going to use them, because Dad's away. Dad's passed away. But I know that I'm never going to use them. They're just laying in that cupboard. They're laying in that cupboard.
Yeah. They go in there. But I thought, well, I'll be able to use a lot of that stuff on this anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we got this from Bunnings, which is like home hardware anywhere else. Yeah. Then you've got this Duvalaki. It's got 80 on it. I don't know what it's for.
It's a sanding. That's the sanding wheel. That's the sanding wheel. That's for doing. If you have a tube, if you have a metal tube, you can actually stick it in the tube, and it'll clean inside the tube. Inside the tube.
I can't get them ones out. But then there's little sanding discs in there. Oops.
Some of them might be cutting discs. Some of them might be cutting discs, Shaunna.
Yeah.
There's some of them that look like that, but they're cutting what called cutting. They're cutting discs.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Dad's got the thing, mate. As in he left. That's what I'm saying. It's laying in a cupboard. So if you need bits, give me a shout. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm never going to use them. I'd rather them go to somebody that's going to use them rather than them lay there. But I might not be able to send you the full box. You might have to send it in bits so that try and cut the postage down, the cost of it.
Yeah.
It cost a fortune to send a plastic box. Yeah. I'm sure there's a box that sat in a cupboard as in a plastic box with all the bits in it because he burnt out he burnt it out. He burnt the actual Dremel itself out. I'm sure he did. But he had all the bits, all the attachments because he was using it for doing model electrics because he was buying them on eBay as broken or damaged. He's buying them in job lots and then bringing them in and then doing them up. But I've gave up. That's what I'm saying. I gave up doing eBay. I'm busy doing coins. I don't have time to do all that sort of stuff. And Electric World died a death. It died a death just recently. It went up for so long. That's what Dad says. You've got to hit it when it's at its peak, when it's sitting at its peak before it drops off.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. He done it while the market went up on it. That's what I do with mobile phones. I buy them in as untested, but I've sort of gave it a buy now because I can't do 3 or 4 things at the same time. I can only do one thing at a time. But sometimes when I have enough for coins, sometimes I go on another project because it's like that under there. It's underneath the bed. I've only just to put the software on it and that's that finished. About because I was having problems with the Pomerone. I was having problems with the Pomerone one, and I rebuilt another one. That's the other one that's rebuilt. That's the one that's built. But I bought all the bits, all the parts, and then I put it all together. That there.
All right. Yep.
That's got a Raspberry Pi. That's got a Raspberry Pi 3 in it. But I also bought that Evercade just recently that I've showed off. I've left that now because it's also it's to be done. That's it finished. But there's a guy building them and he's getting about £160. He's doing about £160 a time he's getting. And he's done about 20 of them within a week. He's done about 20 of them within a week at 160 each. I just do it for something to keep me occupied. Because I'm like you, I get bored. My attention span sometimes goes off and on things.
Scrapping Irish. I'd like a sticker.
That's Scrapping Irish.
I finally got it done up. So So yeah, it comes in that little case, all tucked up. Ooh. Put that over there. I'll have to clean my desk off before I go to bed. Yeah, so I'm quite happy with that. I do have a smaller one, Dremel. I keep calling it Dremel. I get confused. I know what I'm talking about, even if no one else does.
No, because that was like SG left her on
All right.
where she was, or a place that she was obviously dealing with. And I
Yep.
was like, oh, you left that. I was like, oh, that's coming out. I was like, I need to take that place up, but that's expensive. That place is expensive.
Thanks, Scrappin' Irish. I certainly will. Actually, I'll. Highlight it and then I'll save it. So far, so good. The internet's playing fair. Yeah. Scrapping Irish 75 gmail.com. Yep. I've got a pen here somewhere. Yeah, so I'm hoping to be able to get some new stickers out soon-ish. Okay, I'll do it this way. All right, Kevin, not a problem. Thanks for stopping in. It's been fun talking to you.
Bye, Kevin.
Go to me notes, that'll do. And start a new note.
I've just done whatever Scrapping Irish has just put out as in his email address. I've just done the same, but just told him not to delete my email address. Basically, save it.
Yeah.
Save it as contact. Because the reason I do this is basically so that I have contacts all over the world. And basically, what I do is sometimes I'll make up a package of stuff and then I'll just send it at random
Yeah.
time, and people don't know that I'm actually going to do it. Because that's the whole idea, is to get the channel out and out there into different places,
Yeah.
so people know what the channel actually does.
Well, that's it. Okay, Kevin, not a problem. Thanks for coming in. It's really been fun talking with you, having a few laughs. And it's good to be able to help each other's channel grow.
Kevin. Take care.
Yeah. Actually, we've been going for 3 hours, so
Time
no
flies
worries,
by.
matey.
Time flies by when you're having fun.
It
And when you're
does.
putting away and you don't forget, you sort of don't look at the time.
Yeah.
No, because it's been a while since I've been on your panel.
Yeah, well, this is only my second live since I've been in the
I know
new
that's
house.
when you put. I actually received it as insane going live, and I was like, "Well, what was that time at?" Because I had come back in for. I was in from a meet, as in from a meeting, as in thing. Me, I came in about what back one or something like that, and then I went down the stairs and I was talking to Mum, and then when I come back up, it was 3 o'clock. It was quarter past 3.
Yeah,
Because I come in about 1:30. She came in about just after me.
yeah. Yeah,
So
we'll
she
say it's
came in at
3:28 for me
1:40 or
tonight.
something like that. And then it ended up because I sat in it down the stairs because I don't usually eat down the stairs, but I decided I eat down the stairs because Mum was interested in because I was at the meeting to tell her how the meeting went. And then I come back up here to check stuff. And then when I went up, because I have yous all on Facebook, but it's on my tablet. It's not my Chromebook. So I
Ah,
sat
right.
at night time on the tablet because I bought another tablet. Because remember, I says about the Amazon tablet. Well, the Amazon tablet was giving me problems, and I thought I'd done something and changed over my YouTube channel, and it was giving me it was sending me Lala, and I was talking to a friend of mine's, and he's like, I use a Samsung. He's like, I've never had a problem with Samsung. I was like, well, I don't really want to go to Samsung because I've had faults with Samsungs before. He said, we'll get another try at it and see how you got on. Alright. I said, but I'm looking for a 10-inch one. So he gave me a link to Amazon, and I ended up decided, well, I couldn't justify the money for a 10-inch, so I ended up with an 8-inch, but that's got an SD card in it. But it's been alright. So I use it for it when I go to bed at bedtime, so I don't have to, because I'm on this old chair and my back gets sore as in eventually be sitting on the chair because the Chromebook's on my actual set of drawers.
Right.
Because my
Yeah,
my Toshiba's sitting up there as in 44-inch, but that's got my other account on it. That's got my other Amazon. That's got my other YouTube account on it, and it's got the Fire Stick into the back of it. So I can actually do it in 2 accounts. I can do something in 2 accounts, as in, and when I usually like watch Lemonhead Pennies or whatever, sometimes when I was having problems with the Amazon tablet, I was putting it on the big screen so I could see it because it was too wee. But that one is it's actually alright because it's Android. I like my Android products, but there's been a lot of changes since then.
Yeah.
Hey,
Scrap Irish. I found out I've got Irish in me. Yeah, we were talking before about how I did a DNA test, and it comes back I've got Irish in me, Welsh in me, Scottish, and Irish. Along with African and Scandinavian. I don't know where those two come into it. But anyway, them are the breaks. So, yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying, Shaunna, because that's got a Raspberry Pi in it. That's a Raspberry Pi, and another person that I know has got a Pi 400. Has got a Pi 400, and the Pi 400 looks like basically a keyboard. It just looks like a keyboard. Just looks like a keyboard.
Oh,
It's
wow.
actually in the key. It's actually in the keyboard. It's underneath. It's actually inside it. He actually unscrewed it. He unscrewed it to see what was inside it. It's a Pi 400 version, and I says to him, that's a good machine you've got. And he's like,
Yeah.
I'm well impressed with that, Alec. I says, I didn't tell him about it, but I was speaking about Raspberry Pis on YouTube. And he says, oh, fun enough you talking about that. He goes, I'll get something to show you. And as soon as he showed me, I was like, and I'm shouting to him, that's Pi 400, that's Pi 400, because I'd been looking at it. I'd been looking at the same unit for a couple of months before that,
Yeah.
because I was thinking about a new one, because that actually works like a mini PC. It's not just for school projects. It actually understands it. You can use it for code. It's like code language, and you use it for school projects, and you can basically put a robot onto that, or a robot arm, and you can actually tell it actually how to like lift left, right, or whatever. But it's actually it's actually cheaper than a PC. But it uses
Yeah.
it uses an SD card. That's its memory. That is its hard. That is basically its hard drive. It's just basically a board. That's basically a board, but it uses Google Chromebook. It actually uses Google. And I found out about it through a magazine many years ago. The magazine said build your own computer for 35. I think it was like 35. I think it said $35.
Yeah.
And I picked up this magazine and I was like, what? You can build a laptop for £30 odd. I was like, how can that be? I thought it was like a clickbait on this magazine, and I opened it up and it was all talking about Raspberry Pi. But back then it didn't have Wi-Fi and all that carry on it. You actually had to put it onto an Ethernet key. You had to put it onto an Ethernet cable, the first one they brought out. But there's about 5 different versions since then. And they're onto a Pi 4, but they call it a Pi 4. I think it's Pi 4 Plus version. It's a plus, but they've got 2 versions of that. But they also brought the Pi 400 out. And as I said, it just looks like a keyboard. But it works through it's basically through HMDI. It's actually got an Ethernet. You can actually put an Ethernet cable onto it. And I don't know what you're writing. I'm trying to work out what you're writing down. No, because that's my next venture. As soon once my Chromebook but it breaks down, I'm going to be basically using one of them, because Big Steven Productions, which I'm subscribed up to, Big Steve uses one of them too. Because I asked him about it, I was like, and he was like, he says, I use it daily. He says, I know the one you're talking about. As soon as I said about it, because you're talking about it as in computers nowadays, it's expensive. Like your modern up to date thing, as in like a touchscreen or something, you're talking at least what, £1,200-1,500. But a lot of the stuff, that's what I keep saying about it, as in a lot of stuff is built over in America. You have actually got the machines over there. It's like 4 years in advance. They're like 4 years advanced to what other machines over here in the UK are. So a lot of products get built over there. But I don't down decry Americans. I turn round and I try and let them understand that I'm not mocking them, but a lot of the boys for like UK are flown over to America and actually run the software, or show them how to run the software on these stuff that they're building, because they have the technology or the machinery over there to build something, but they just don't know nothing about or know very little about software. They've got blueprints exactly what they want to design and know exactly it should function the way that they've built the machine. but they actually just don't know how to run it properly. And a lot of the boys are flown over there to show them how to work or how to run something.
Yeah.
But they catch on pretty quick. That's what I'm saying. I'm not mocking them because people turn around and say, but you're so that makes so that it sounds as if you're saying that the Americans are thick. No, I don't think that at all. But what I'm saying is a lot of the machinery and technology is over there in America because a lot of the companies ceased over in the UK because the amount of VAT and tax and how much as in they were paying for employees and all the rest. Sometimes you build a big company over here and then all of a sudden it sort of starts to crumble underneath their feet. It's a lot cheaper over in America. It's a lot cheaper over in America.
Yeah.
Because it was Eddie Stobart. Eddie Stobart actually defunct a company over in a depot. He had a depot over in Scotland and he closed it up because the amount of tax and VAT he was paying on it. But that was because when it was all that France carry on, where they were what do you call it? The blockades and all that, where they were stopping the petrol coming out the petrol manufacturers distribution centre. The Pickards or whatever they call it, or the as they stop them from coming out, going in and out. But that happened all in France. It didn't happen over in the UK. How are you looking up, Shaunna?
Hey?
What you looking up?
Yeah, I was just sorting out my password on YouTube. But yeah, I was listening.
Right. No, because that's the see that box here? See it?
Yeah.
Pie Hut.
Yeah.
Says on it Raspberry Pi. Because they've got a few places, they've actually got a few locations. They've got fingers on a couple of pies.
All right.
But that's the approved reseller as the Pie Hut. I found out by accident. It was taught by accident. I found out about it. As I said, I do a lot of research in companies to find out about certain things. And if there's something that I'm interested in, I take an interest in it. It's like you do sort of turn around saying about that resin, but I know that resin's dear to buy. So I tend to look further afield. Well, can I get that resin a lot cheaper than what I'm paying off for that a pint in that company? It's not because I don't like the company. I just don't like the price. I don't like the price. Unless they come back and turn and say, well, you bulk buy. But the thing is, when you bulk buy, you have to have a couple of pound behind you. Because it might be like, for instance, 25 litres of the stuff, £300.
Yeah.
But for that £300, you get quite a lot of resin moulds at it. But I tend to go further afield as in see what better deal I can get. Especially if it's a project I'm interested in or take an interest in. Because sometimes we're on a tight budget. And it's something that starts, that's what I'm saying, something that starts with nothing because you have nothing when you first start. It's like you having a YouTube channel and you start it from scratch, but you don't have any subscribers when you first start. So the only way to do is to get yourself out there and known. It's the same way any company or project, when it starts off with nothing, you're trying to show the products out of what you can do or what you can make, hoping that other people catch on and actually are interested in that product you're actually making or hand doing.
Ah,
It's the same with this coins thing. I took it upon myself, to base American coins in the UK.
yeah,
Somebody might have already tried it and maybe it didn't work for them, but I was literally wanted to take it and be totally, as I said to everybody, I wanted to be totally different for everybody else. I didn't want to do UK coin hunting. But I don't get feedback from my supporters saying, "Well, we prefer you doing this rather than that," because you get the input, then you know exactly what way you should be going forward.
yeah, definitely.
If nobody gives you feedback, how are you supposed to? So you're working off your own ingenuity, hoping that the way you see it will work, but no, all the time it'll work that way.
Ah,
But you don't give up and try. You don't give up and trying.
no.
What you having on it?
Hey,
What you having on it?
yeah, no, I just finished changing my password on me
No,
YouTube.
but you were and on, oh, and on, you were, oh,
No,
Sounds like, what you are, that's what I said, what you are and on it.
no. I was something had happened on the screen, and I'm going no, it's sorted now, so it's cool.
I thought you were looking at something and thinking to yourself, oh, I didn't know that, oh, right,
No.
oh,
No. Oh god. So far so good. The internet's playing fair now, so that's good.
See, the thing is, Sean, I've told a lot of people I don't save passwords to my computer. I don't actually save them.
No, I don't
My
either. And
passwords
that's
are
why I
saved
can't
in my
remember.
head because I've realised that that's how hackers not get in by you saving passwords and stuff to your
Too many
actual
people
computer
hack
itself.
other accounts these days. Same with Facebook.
Don't talk about Facebook. Facebook is full of scammers. Full of scammers and all sorts on Facebook.
I don't accept anyone I don't know unless it's like if I know someone. Generally, what I do is someone sent me a friend's request. I'll go to their page, and if they haven't got people on there that I know from YouTube or family or my friends or whatever, I just won't accept them because you can guarantee that.
I'm same. I did the exact same as what you just said. I'll go in as in before I even accept him. I'll go through their profile.
Yep. That's what
and
I do.
I'll scrutinise it closely and carefully and everything, their location, the lot, until I'm 100% sure, and then I'll accept them.
Yeah. Oh, you
Because
get
it
some
was like the other
weirdos.
week there, I had one that Hi-Ho was supposed to know, and I was like, I messaged Hi-Ho and I was like, do you know this person? Because it's saying one mutual friend. I said, but it's got your, and he's like, no, I don't know her, Alec. I was like, well, do you know she's got you as a mutual friend?
Yeah.
But you because I was like a bit wary because I'm like, right, she's not got anybody that I know as neither my family members or even as in through YouTube. I was like, well, it's not through YouTube. I was like, well, where is it from? And then when I tracked it back, I was like, Hi-Ho does affiliations on Amazon and stuff like that. So he does a lot of, when somebody accepts him as a friend, he accepts him, right?
Yeah.
Because he's trying to make a business on his Facebook or whatever, right? But he's got a YouTube channel as well, right? And no offense to Paul, right? But because it was on this woman, she was single, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know what country she was from, and she must have pressed friends request for me to so that I would accept. So I looked at it and I went, I'm not 100% about this. And I was like, well, who is this supposed to be a mutual friend? And it was Paul.
Yeah.
But I've got Paul on Messenger. So I messaged him and says, do you know this person? This person. So I gave him the name, and it wasn't straight away that he messaged me back. And 2 years later he turned and says, by the way, I don't I says, do you actually know her? And that's when he explained, no, I don't know. I don't know her. I says, well, I'm just telling you now that she's got you as a mutual friend, just in
Yeah.
case you don't know. I said, because she's friends requesting me. But
Ah.
as Paul says, he keeps getting all these hackers and he keeps getting all these scammers, and it's always people that's wanting money from him.
Yeah. Or they've say got all this money someone's given away that you've name's been put on a list and your name was drawn out and you've got $20 billion coming to you or $1 million or whatever it is. It's all bullshit. If you didn't enter into anything, then how can they get your name? It's a scam.
Aye, and then when you accept their friends request, they start going through your friends, your family,
Mm-hmm.
and then they try and get a hold of bank details. They also try and get a hold of your national
I got
insurance
one
number.
here the other
They
day.
try to get you a hold of your personal information.
Oh, yeah.
I was on a chat room or somewhere, and there was basically like a virtual attack, and I seen it coming, and I told the rest of them, get out this room. And they're like, why are you telling us to get out this room? And I was like, get out quick, right now, right now. And within less than 20 minutes, there was a cyber attack. And I'm honest to God, Shaunna, see the list of names? See, like when you go onto YouTube and you get the chat and it goes slowly, this thing was going a million miles an hour, and it was collecting detail. It was collecting details of every person, so it was collecting names and addresses, or names and email addresses. It was collecting, but I actually seen it. I actually seen the attack going to happen.
Yeah.
And they're like, and I was like, I'm shouting, get out, get out, get out, and they're all like, what? Why? And I says, it's going to happen in 10 minutes, or the next 5 minutes. And that's exactly what happened. It was somebody that came into the room and there was something said. I can't remember what it was that was said. And the next minute I sees all this. I seen it jumping. I seen it.
Yeah.
What happened is I seen it flicker. I seen it flickering. And I thought, no, that's no, it shouldn't be doing that. I thought, something's not right. And then all of a sudden, it started picking certain people. And then the next minute, all I seen was the chat going that quick. And I was like, that's a cyber attack.
Yeah.
It had put a Trojan worm. It put a Trojan worm inside the actual system itself. And it was picking. That's what it was doing. It was actually like a worm. It was eating its way through.
Yeah, I got a message here from say one of my friends, but I found out and I did let her know that she'd been hacked. Anyway, it come as, was just wondering if you have applied for the ongoing Green Grant Fund program too. It's a new government GGFF program specifically gives out fund for pensioners, government employees, non-workers, youth, disabled, retired, old, those who need assistance paying for bills, starting businesses, buying a home, and personal use. I got 100,000 when I applied for the GGF grant, and you don't have to pay it back. You can also apply for it too. Anyway, she sent me this bloody. Just click on the link on the top of the picture and it will directly take you to the agent's inbox. Just message him that a friend told you about this, and you.
And I know where that came from. I know where that came from. I've got Justin Busman attached on my friends list, right, from the coin community. One of his relatives contacted me, and it's the same what you've just read out. It was the same thing. It was the same thing. I have blocked the person that actually that was trying to put me onto that, and that's exactly what it said, as in that you didn't have to pay it back.
Yeah.
I've got the person actually blocked.
No one gives you money
because what happened was he started off with this name, and then he changed the guy or the person changed the name, and I spotted it, and I was like, hold on, this ain't right. And what he was trying to tell, and he was like, well, you can get this loan and all the rest and blah, blah, blah. And he explained it in layman's terms. And I was like, I'm not in. And I kept saying to the person, I'm not interested. I already get benefits. I already receiving claim benefits. I shouldn't be as in even doing a business.
Yeah, well, I got another one from somebody else by the name of Gail Lockett. I don't know her. Hello, how are you doing? And I put, I'm okay. Have you have been good and things been going on well with me over here? I hope you heard about the recent good news yet. Now that does not make sense. Haven't you heard about the CDB grant prize in collaboration with Facebook to help paying bills and start new life and invest? Did you get yours yet? And I put, no, it's a scam. And she never replied.
You know what I do with him? I report and block them. I actually report them from as in I report them as in I have them in Messenger. I find out about them. I then report them, and then I block them, and then I block them. I make sure that I report them first, as in to actual Facebook themselves. But the thing is, if they don't break community guidelines, I've had many as in that I've reported as in to Facebook themselves, and they've come back and turned around and says, by the way, they haven't broke community guidelines.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, you're telling me you're going to do nothing about it. Facebook themselves.
Yeah.
So then the best thing to do to that is to block it so that it can't keep coming back to you all the time. And then I block it from seeing anything on my timeline.
Well, anyway, it turned out it is a Sheila that I knew, and a lot of people got the same message and asked us directly on her page, did she message them? And she said, no, why? And she was obviously told about it. So, yeah, I was just looking on that message.
I'll tell you a story. It's a true story. Mike Wolf, which is in the coin community, right? He gets Facebook hacked, right? So Mike set up a new account, or he had two accounts, but he was using the one before, and somebody hacked it, and they took over his account. I was speaking to Mike and the scammer at the same time, but I know Mike's other half, right?
Yeah.
So I tried video calling that one, and I was trying to video call the second one because the scammer was telling me to delete this one, but it was trying to get me to pull to that one. But it had actually took control of that account, and Mike was using the opposite account, but I couldn't work out which one I was supposed to drop.
Yeah,
So then I contacted Andrea, which is his other half. Andrea then turned and told me, don't deal with that one, deal with this one. Because I says to her, well, which one is Mike using? And I says, that one's got such and such a thumbnail on it and that one. But I was still, Mike got his account, eventually Mike got his account back. Somebody helped him get his account back. But I was talking to the scammer at the same time as it took control of his account and it was through Facebook.
Yeah.
So I am quite good. But the thing is, as in you've got to be with these scammers and hackers, you've got to be one step ahead, Shaunna, all the time. Because they are so clever, it's unreal. But even although if they use your account, say for instance, your account's attacked, right, and somebody takes control of your account, they'll make out that I'm talking to you as in the scammer while it's using your account.
Well, that's it. But I've been thinking seriously now that I'm back home in Tassie. I mean, I've got a lot of friends on Facebook that I do keep in regular contact with. But
that's what I say to you. See when you put a new password in, see that box that comes up, and it says save, it says do you want to save password? And there's two boxes. There's one that says never, and there's one that says save. Press never, because it means then it won't click, it won't save the password. Because the minute you save the password to your computer, they use a server because they use what they call a hidden server. It's like a hidden IP. It's got a private network, and basically businesses all use it, but they pay for it use it, and it's a private network. It means you could be working for anywhere in the world, and you won't. It'll hide the ISP address, so that nobody knows where you are, as in while you're surfing with it.
I've got a thing on my.
But the hacker don't use that. They don't use that. They use what they call it's done with algorithms. It's actually done with computer language, as in while they attack something, because they make a virus. So the virus then clicks on, takes control of your computer, so that they can access it.
I've got a thing that hides my IP address. I've got a thing that hides my IP address. So
people keep saying to me, but I change religiously my password every 3 months.
Yeah.
No, if you don't save a password to it, it won't know it until you actually put it in.
Yeah.
And if you actually, instead of you showing it, if you hide it and you're writing it out, as in you're writing it out and into it, you're not going to get attacked because it's only you that's going to control it. Unless somebody can tell me that I'm wrong, then I'll sit and listen to them, and you tell me exactly how you know this or how you know that, and then I'll turn and say what I'm wrong and what I say. Yeah, but that's what I was told.
Yeah, no, I used Captain Starkus bought it and was able to put it on his computer as well as mine. And,
because the thing is, I've been doing phones since way back as in Motorola stage.
Yeah.
That's the new technology, as in with the cameras or the generation before the touch screen. But I was playing about with them when they didn't have any camera on them. So you're
Yeah.
talking to somebody that knows about algorithms and all that, and how a phone is. I sat and studied how a phone worked to try and figure it out, because I wanted to know, as in when you have problems or software problems, how to solve them. And that's why I went to the boxes, because I didn't have the boxes. I only just acquired the boxes as in after 4 years, as in
Yeah.
because I saved up money, and then I started wanting to know, because I wanted the product reviews, or as in an actual channel based on around mobile phones, showing people how to or the technology on them, and actually how to do it properly, how it's done, and actually be able to show them. But then I was like, this is too far advanced. When I start talking computer language, or I start speaking as in about phones, I lost people, because they don't know what I'm talking about, because they don't know the ins and outs or the insides of how they actually function. That's why I'm on a lot of the Facebook groups, is to understand that. But a lot of it, like that unlocking, it's all the Pakistanis and Iranians and all the rest that do that.
Yeah.
And it's all done in their language. They speak all in their language. And that's the reason why, is because there's money involved in that. There's actually money involved in that. There's good money in that, as in fixing phones, as in actually resolding them and taking the EMCs off. Do you know how they? Have you ever bought an iPhone before?
Yeah, I've had one, but I don't like them.
Do you know how to get rid of an iCloud?
No.
Do you actually know how to get rid of an iCloud? Do you want me to tell you how you get rid of an iCloud?
Yeah.
You take the EMC chip off the board. You then flush it. You take all the software. You dump all the software out it, and then you rewrite the software, and you put the chip. Or sometimes what they do is they take the chip off a different board. They clean up the chip. They take the chip off of your one and put the chip onto the other one. But they down degrade it. They down desize it. Do you know how the reason I know that? Because I've been following it for the last 7-8 months. But I knew about it before I even started doing all that. As in buying the boxes, I knew about it. I knew what was going on, because I started studying it, because I wanted to know, because people were selling iPhones on eBay, but they were iCloud locked. They were iCloud, what they call iCloud locked.
Yeah.
And nobody could understand how to fix them. And there was some people that were actually jailbreaking them.
Yeah.
But even if you use jailbreaking, it's still, every time that battery gets switched off, you got to keep redoing it again. Exactly the same using the same software. There's a software called brute force. Brute force actually will take passwords off. That's what brute force is. Brute force was built for Nokia's. They were built for Nokia's. Brute force came out.
Yeah.
It's a long time software. It's been out there, and it's been out in the market for years. For years. So it has brute force, but it's on the unlocking side of it. It's all to do with the unlocking side of it. That's what I'm saying. I've got about 6-7 different boxes for thing. I've got boxes. That's the only phone I don't. That's the only phone I don't touch. Shaunna, is iPhones.
Yep.
I can actually I can send them to someplace. I've got a guy that I know, as in me Mobile Blitz, as in he's in Glasgow. I can take him straight to Glasgow. I take him straight to him, and he'll do it for me. But he'll do it with a charge. But I get it at trade price. But like I like my Android stuff, and I like fixing my Android stuff. I've never liked.
Yeah.
The only reason I don't touch iPhones is because iPhone have got this thing that they reversing the software up. And say for instance you're using an iPhone 5, right? What they'll do is you'll update the version for the iOS software that's inside the actual phone. and it'll say version like firmware version 13. That iPhone 5, it might be 5 or 6 years old, right? You're trying to version it up to version 13. Sometimes it'll say this phone is not compatible. Do you know the reason why they do that? Apple do that, so you buy a brand new phone. So you buy a brand new phone from them, and that's the part I don't like about iPhone. The way they do the way they do the work on them, because Android don't do that. Android don't do that.
Right.
They've got a thing about their customers are what builds the business. Apple don't care. There's a woman on it. There's a woman on YouTube, and she's showed all the faults or all the symptoms that she's found to Apple, and she puts it on Apple Forum. See, because Apple Forum don't want it on their forum, they actually take it down every time that she puts something on their forum. They take it down. They take it down because they don't want the customer. They don't want the customer to know. But she's on actual. I think she's called Iowa something. But she's well known on YouTube, right? Now I saw her one night, as in actually she was talking, and she was sitting there, as in resold or doing whatever it was. The fault was in the phone, and she was talking all about Apple in particular, right?
Yeah.
She was talking about the Apple forum that she'd obviously wrote something. There was something she wrote, and basically within less than a day, they actually took what she'd wrote off their forum. They actually banned her from putting stuff onto their forum. And it was because she was given all the information. She was given the information and what problems that they encounter, that Apple encounter, as in the actual board, the Apple boards themselves, the motherboards, which that's what she does. She's got a YouTube channel, as in, and that's what she's got a microscope and everything. She's got the whole gubbins, but she knows what she knows what she's doing. But she only specializes in Apple phones, fixing Apple phones. But they work to it, everything about them. But the company Apple, they don't like it. They don't like the controversy, and they take anything they don't want you to know about. They take it down off their forum. They delete it deliberately because they don't want you knowing about it. They don't want you letting you know about it either, because it disrupts their program. It disrupts their program and what they're trying to achieve. Because Apple's this massive company, they can afford to lose billions of pounds daily.
Gold.
But it's no a case of, well, the customer's right. They've got the upper hand over the customer, and they know that. There's people. There was a guy just recently. He found. What was he found? He found 78 phones within a 3-month period at Apple phones in dumpsters. And he took them to, there's like an Asda ATM where you can put your phone in and it gives you cash. You can either, you can sell your old phone. It actually takes your phone in. That's what I'm saying. I've been doing phones back since 2016, even before I met my ex. I was sitting fixing them, trying, because what happened is I had a Motorola and it broke one day, and I was trying to figure out what was wrong with it. And then that's when I started buying up Motorola's. But then I found out there was a particular fault that they were occurring. It wasn't the actual motherboard. They were breaking. They happened to, inside them there used to be a charging block, and it was about that big, and it had 4 legs on it, but it actually had 5. There was one like that come down like that, and there was 4. There was one there, one there, one there, one there. There was actually 4. And what happened? What would happen is people would force the charging pin in. And what it would do was it would break off the board, clean off the board. But when it broke clean off the board, it wouldn't function. And I figured this out. Figured this out. So I was buying up all the old Motorola's as in off of no YouTube, off of eBay, and then fixed them. And then I was putting them back together again. But my old man used to say, "Oh, you break phones, son. You don't actually fix them." And he thought it was funny saying that to me as new break phones. He thought he was better than me as in the return stuff. Dad was just a ding me. He was really hard with me as in when he was alive. But I went in it because it was somebody that turned around and says to me, the guy was shutting up shop. He was a young boy and he owed people money. And that's when he said to me, he says, the world, he just said the web or the round ball. And I knew exactly what he was talking about, the round ball. But he says to me, why don't you go and do fixing phones yourself? And it was him that sort of gave me the boot up the backside to start messing about with mobile phones.
Yeah.
But I've been doing it ever since, Shaunna.
Yeah.
But I don't do customer phones because I know with customers, as in you get a phone in, and say, for instance, I done the unlocking or whatever in their phone, and say, for instance, I fixed it, or there was a fault there that I didn't know about, right? And I fixed it. And they take it away, and then 2 weeks later they'll bring it back and turn around and say, hey, by the way, you broke my phone.
What?
So basically the customer then turns around and says, oh, you broke my phone. So they create another fault in it, or the fault that was there originally that you've not known about, that they've not told you about, and then they blame you, hoping that you'll pay out for another phone for them, or a phone. So you got to lay out £60. And I was like, no, I'm not doing. That's why I don't do customers' phones. I only do it for friends and I only do phones for friends and family. But I do a lot of ones when I'm doing phones. I usually put them on eBay, but I have a description that I put on them that covers me. I put on it powers up okay, screen okay. I don't put it as a fully working phone, and I state that on it. The phone may work, the phone may work, the phone may not. This phone may if you buy this phone and it's fully working, then you have a bargain. But I've got reputable, I've got customers that actually ding me that was coming to me as in every now and again, and I've never had a bad feedback after them. I had a boy that he says to me, I got a load for who was it I got? Was it Marco? I think the guy was named Marco. Was it Marco? I think it was Marco. I used to buy stuff off of Marco, and a load came in, and somebody'd been using them for doing fish oil offloading fish, but they'd all the trailer numbers. They were using them for their drivers, but it was a fishing company. It was some kind of fishing auction or fishing place. And what they were doing was loading the trailer up, taking the fish to the market, and then they were getting another load coming in. But it was all truck, trailer. They'd been texting each other with trailer numbers, what load to pick up. And I picked these phones up. I had about seven or eight of them, and I cleaned them all, and I deleted all the things off them. I had a boy in London. He bought all 7 off me, but he was taking them like in a 2 bundle, and he's like, will you do one for a tenner? And then I was like, I tell you what. No, he only wanted one, but he wanted one. He was testing the water at first, and I was like, well, why don't you buy phones off me? If you buy phones off me and then you can resell them, I says you can make a profit on them. He went, I'm not buying them for you sell them. I want them for my family. End up bought all 7 off me, but I was doing him a deal like 2 phones for 2 phones for a tenner. I was like, well, I can do one better. And he's like, would you sell one of them for telling me you've got that listed? How good is it? And it started asking on questions. I was like, it's unlocked. It's got this on it. It's got that on it. And then he's like, can you send me one? And I'll pay you for it. I was like, well, I can tell you what I'll do better. I was like, I'll give you 2 for the price of what you give me. I go on then. And then he rang me when he got them 2. He ended up, he messaged me again. How many more have you got of them? And then by this time I was like, well, you're either buying them to resell them. And I was like, well, tell me the truth. I want you to tell me the truth on the message. I was like, tell me the truth. I says, are you buying them to resell them? I says, because I don't really care. I says, but I want to know, it's funny how that you've come back and you want another 2. I said, this is funny how this is working, how this is gone. And he's like, no, I'm buying them from my brothers and sisters. He was buying them. He had a big family. He was buying them for his brothers and sisters in the family. He had a massive family, but they were all sort of, as in they got on well with each other. And he'd tell his family members.
Yeah.
I thought I sold a lot. I sold every one of them. It was a 2300 edition or something. It was a Nokia edition. It looked. I'm sure
how you thought that was a bit sus.
I think it looked like that, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that shape. It was that shape differently, but very much like that, of near enough like that. But they were really in nice condition. I mean, as in like pristine, Shaunna. But it was just so weird. As in, it started out as in a message, because what he was doing was he was doing a deal off of eBay, which you're not supposed to do dealings off of eBay as no for messages, because you're not covered. No. But I knew fine well he was on it. He was brand new. I knew brand new, but I still got him a thing. I still got him as a message as known, because he used to contact me every so often. That's how I was doing on it, if I was all right. The only thing is the reason why I stopped doing eBay is because I wasn't getting consistent customers. I wasn't getting regular clientele. That was the problem. And that's when I started thinking about multimedia or social media. And I was like, I wonder if there's another. And that's how I managed to find YouTube by pure accident. And that was the whole startup, the whole idea behind YouTube. But that didn't happen, because you know how the first video is like, as in, because Baggett's Corner, and then there's the one that says, I'm never going to get near Robert Nurdin. There's a video that's saying me my second video, and it's telling me, it mentions Robert Nurdin in particular. But I left. I'm one of these people that and Robert Nurdin, actually, when I went back to him, he actually asked me to delete that. And Ian's like, Ian's like, I messaged Ian. And I says to him, Ian, he wants me to grass you up. He's want me to grass you up. Because it was Ian that contacted me and says, Alec, he says, if you're going to Robert Nurdin's, or you're going onto their panel, they're just going to make a mockery, the exact same as what they did to me. Because you remember how he said something and they blocked Ian? They're going to do the exact same thing with me. And Ian warned me. He says, watch what you're doing at. It was Ian that told me. He wrote me an email saying to me,
I'll just go to the Lou Alex and I'll be back.
He says, just be careful, Alec. He says, because he says, he'll make you the stooge, and they'll make you do whatever they want you to do, and they'll laugh behind your back. They'll make an ass of you. He says, just be careful. But they wanted me to grass on them. When I went back to them, they wanted me to grass who told me and everything. I was like, no, I'm not grassing. I was like, you can do whatever the hell you like. Because I blocked some of them, as in through Google Hangouts. When I talked to them, because of it all, I was like, I'm not being pig in the middle. I'm not being pig in the middle.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to grass in a mentor because it was sting me. It was Ian. Ian was like a mentor to me. It still is. That's how sometimes I say, as now mention Ian himself, because Ian was like a mentor. Because if it wasn't for Ian for telling me that, I would have ended up being made a clown, made to look a right idiot.
Yeah. I'll be back in a minute. Just got to go to the loo. Oh.
Because I don't make videos. I don't make videos to bash channels. I make videos as in my experiences in life, or as the experiences I've had through YouTube, through YouTube, as in showing my journey through YouTube, showing my journey through YouTube, and showing other people it's not as easy as they think, or it's not a bed of roses is what they think. Because people think, easy money from YouTube. We just make videos and that's it. But they don't know about the experiences you go through as your journey goes on, as YouTube itself. Because you do meet people that you think are alright you think they're alright at first, and then you get told. But it was like Ian pre-warning me, and I was more grateful for him warning me about it. It was a case of, well, he's like, well, it's up to you if you go there, but I'm just telling you exactly, and he explained it in layman's terms, just because they'll make a mockery of you. He says they'll be alright, as in when you're on panel. He says, but when you come off a panel, he says they'll sort of stab you in the back. Because they done the same. Ian, they made him the monkey, as in the monkey dance or whatever, and he made Robert Nurdin made it that he'd said something nasty or something as in sexual, as in his wife or something like that, and that's why he blocked. That's why he blocked Ian. I couldn't believe it when Ian told me, and then when he says to me like, he says, I'm telling you about this. He says, I can actually, he says, I've put it in an email. He says, but he says there's proof to actually show it. And he showed me the video, or he sent me the link of the video, and I did watch it, but I can't mind exactly how it went down, because I remember seeing it. And then there was one night in particular, I was talking to Robert Nurdin or whatever, and what I was trying to do was I was trying to find out. Hazy was saying that there was a mole in the camp, and I was trying to find the mole, but I was doing it in my own back. And there was one night in particular that you, Dizzy, and Hazy Days was watching, and I was talking in chat, as in with Robert Nurdin, and they noticed it was me that was talking to them. And there was a conversation between you, Dizzy, and Hazy Days. And he went, fucking, called me a goof or something, a goofball or something, a goof or something like that. Because he thought I was going back. But the reason why I was doing it was because I was trying to find the mole in the camp. Hazy Days knew there was a mole in the camp, but he couldn't put his finger on it. And it was making me think, well, if there's a mole in the camp, who is it? Who was it? He kept saying there was a spy, but he couldn't find out who it was. And it started bugging me who I thought it could be. And I'm like, well, the only way to find out is to go back into that camp or whatever. As in, you have to, it's like working for the opposite side, but you've got to find out who it is and have proof, because you can't just go and say, oh, well, it was him or it was her, because you've no evidence to prove it. And the only way you have evidence to prove it is to be in that particular camp. It'd be set up to be in that camp. But after seeing what Hazy had said, it made me really cut up inside, because I'm like, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm not trying to thing me. Okay, you might see me and think that I'm going to go back to them, but I'm going back to them for a reason. There's a reason. I've got a method in my own head, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing, because I don't want you to tell them. I don't want you to tell them, because how do I know that it's not you? It's not you that's doing it yourself.
Oh, well, that's it.
But that's why I walked. That's why I ended up. I just walked away, because I was like, I can't deal with this. Because I've been in other communities and stuff has happened as well, and I ended up. I was like, this is drama. I can't deal with this. I can't deal with a hassle.
I'm not into drama.
That's why we ended up in the coin community. But there's a lot of things that's happening in the coin community, exactly the same as what's happened in other communities, but we tend to keep it in house.
I think that's probably why a lot of the time I've kept myself distant from YouTube, because there has been a lot of drama going on.
It's animosity. I would call it more animosity, as in between people. Or you see somebody and they take a dislike to somebody, and they all gang up, and that's that person.
Yeah.
So it's like a vendetta. It's like a vendetta. So basically, it's like being back at school. There's somebody you like in this side, and there's also somebody you like in that side, and then you become Piggy in the middle. He doesn't like him, and she doesn't like him. So you end up and you're relaying messages. But as my mum says, the messenger always gets shot. It's always the messenger that gets shot in the end.
Yeah.
Sometimes you better just turn around and say, well, I'll bang. Because there's times where I've been like, I want to bang two of your heads together. I want to bang your head together. I want to bang your head together, because you're in the ring, and so you. And so you. Yeah. I'm sitting in this fence. I'm sitting in the fence. So I'm like, I end up, I think about, you know how we can see that, the Cheshire Cat, and it's sitting there on Alice in Wonderland, and it's sat up the tree, and it's the big grin in its face. Sometimes I think I think about that Cheshire Cat, and see when I'm sitting on the top of that fence, that's how exactly what I'm thinking myself. I'm sitting there grinning at the trees, thinking what a pair of wallies the trees are, because you're at each other's throats. It causes and you know something else, Shaunna, that causes a rift in the community.
Oh, of course.
It causes a rift between people, and it can split a community up. So it can.
Yeah, well, that's it. My
mum always when that happens.
My mum always used to say to me, if you haven't got anything nice to say,
don't say fuck all at all. Aye. No, because you'll notice when I put a comment to everyone, I tend to put a comment. If I'm watching somebody's video, I always put either, if I don't put a comment, I'll put it as in I press the thumbs button, I've never ever pressed the thumbs down. If I don't like a video, I'll watch it, and if I don't like it, I don't, as you said, I don't say nothing. I just walk away from it. I don't even put a thumbs to it because I'm like, you start putting it's like some people think that the dislike is about them as a person. It was never built for, the dislike was never built for as in the creators. It was built for YouTube's system so that it knows that it's not to notify you as in because you're not interested in that content or that kind of or that topic at that specific moment. But some people take offence to it. Well, he's put a dislike or she's put a dislike to me, and they take it on board that it's a dislike personally to them.
Yeah. I don't care whether people give me thumbs down, or I do like it when I do get the thumbs up, obviously, because it makes me feel good that, well, someone's enjoyed what I've done and or created or whatever, and it just makes me feel good because, well, the fact is that, well, you know, it took
That's like Saturday. Everybody's like, I like, and they're coming in and down with the comments because I'm watching. As I've not, what I've done is I'm not watching your YouTube side, so I don't know what's happening out YouTube side. Right, if anybody's commenting, I'm all looking at the comments through as in StreamYards because every time I put the two of them together, amalgamate the two of them together, it kicks me off of StreamYards. Right, so I'm sitting there Saturday night doing a live, and people are telling me, "Hey, Mallet, you're getting likes. You've got 27 likes now." I went back and I'm looking at it. I'm at 27 likes and 2 dislikes, and as you said, the 2 dislikes. I don't really care. I don't really care. The 2 dislikes. I'm like, if I get 27, even if I get 2 or 3 likes, I'm quite happy. I'm like, well, obviously I'm doing something right.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how I feel. I mean, I go back to my when I get there.
I know why my views went up. I know why my views went up on Saturday because I done that spin the wheel. I done the spin the wheel. I done two GAWs and I forgot to put one of them out. But as in it's a friend of mine that I know him very well, SHFT. But I know I have to put that one out. That one, the Andrew Cooper one. But Andrew buys off me on a regular basis. And the other one was under there, and I forgot. And when I come back for the centre this afternoon, I went, "Oh shit!" When I come back, I went, "I forgot that parcel." As in, to take it post office. But I'll do it during. I'll either do it either this week. If I don't do it this week, I'll do it Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because if it's pissing rain, I'm not walking up that road. If it's pissing rain, because it takes me ages to get up that road because of the leg. And then I'll be knackered by the time I come back down. Just
well, see, I've got 5 thumbs up now. So I'm happy with that, you know. I appreciate the people that come in and joined in the conversations that we've had and stuff like that, you know.
But do you know another thing?
At the end of the day,
See who you bring on your panel.
Mm.
That can put your numbers up or your thumbs up depending who's on your panel as well.
Yeah, well, that's it. Well,
although that they're not a guest, even although they're not a guest, right, and they come up on the panel on their own accord, it depends who they hang out with. Can depend on who comes into the chat.
Well, that's it too, yeah, obviously. Anyway, I'm going to have to call it a night. It's coming up for 5 o'clock in the morning here. Not only that, I'm gold.
Who's, what does that say in your top?
New York City.
All right, New York City.
And I didn't even go to New York to get it.
Or is that the Bay City Rollers? Is it the Bay City Rollers?
There's a shop here in Launceston called Ship Loads, SHIP.
Right.
load. And they had a lot of these jumpers, Chicago, Brooklyn, and this one, and a couple of others. And they are so warm. Look at that. Fluffy.
That's like that. That's like that. That's like that. That jacket's
Yeah.
got a lot of fluff in it. That's quite
Yeah.
a thick jacket. That's my dad's old man. That's my old man's because my mum was going to send it to charity shop when he passed away. And I was like, wonder if that'll fit me. But that is roasting. And even with the summer, it's still roasting. Many times I've put it on and I've went to shops because it's quite a thick jacket, especially when it's pissing rain. But then when it's pissing rain here, I'm not getting soaked because I got to watch my health.
Yeah.
Because my body, that's what it said. The doctor told me or the GP told me my body's only half functioning. It's only half working.
Cool.
Because I've done that much damage to the internals. Because I asked her one day, I says, I'm having to buy aspirin tablets in these arvasatins, or as in you keep going to get these arvasatins. I says, can you tell me why that I actually need them, and do I need to take them every day, and am I going to be on them for the rest of my life? She went, yeah, you're supposed to be taking them every day. And I went, well, why am I supposed to be taking them every day? She went, by the way, your body's only half functioning. You've done that much damage to your internals. But I've never been I was never a heavy drinker. So it's not a drink. So the only other things it could be is fatty foods or smoking that's caused it. Because that's what she told me, your body's only half functioning. So it's only half working.
Jeez.
Because they found out the big toe, when I went to get the big toe done, or there was something, I was feeling pain or something, I can't remember, or something about the toenail or something, and then going toenail or something I was complaining about. I went to podiatry and they felt a big toe and it was frozen. And he goes, that shouldn't be like that. So they end up, they realised there was something alright, and that's eventually when they took me up before I got up there, because I was cutting the toe. See, toenail, I was cutting it further and further back. Mum's like, you're going to bleed to death. And eventually she was like that. Before I was supposed to go to get checked out or be seen to, I would end up in the hospital before then, because I was supposed to go and see them on the October, and I ended up was in the September, as in down in September. So I end up, and then I eventually because what the Debbie is see how you said about your body, right? If you before you would have an amputation, what it is, you put a dye through your body and they try and open you up with it's called stents. Now a stent, when it goes in, it's supposed to do that and it's supposed to open up. But they found out they couldn't put stents in it because the thing with the valves or the arteries of when that thin, they've actually sucked. It's as if it sucked itself in, so they couldn't put a stent in. They couldn't even get a stent in there when they done the check on me. So they were like, "Well, the only other option is to amputate to basically save your life." And I was like, "Well,
So is it why they took your leg?
It's my left leg. That's what I'm saying, Shaunna. It's my left leg. I've got a half. I've got a stump. It's a stump. It's basically a stump. It's half a leg. It's for the because I've still got the kneecap. There's the kneecap. That's the kneecap. So it's there. That's where I've got it. But it took me ages to realise. Well, I am disabled. I would be classed as disabled, but because you become an able body, you think, oh, an able body, so you believe that you're still an able body, but you've got to accept that you're basically disabled. You've got to accept yourself before you can actually think, well, what can I actually do? But you don't think, well, just because you're disabled doesn't mean that you say you can't do the same things as you done when you were an able body.
Oh, well,
Because you
that's it.
just adapt. You basically adapt. But I just take everything as a joke. If it's like the Americans saying, "Well, we can't understand a word you're saying," I don't take offence by it. I
No.
piss myself laughing because I'm like, well, yous are saying that, yous are telling me that. Maybe I do speak another language, but I don't let it become a bigger deal
Yeah.
about them no understanding, because there is a lot of them over there in America that have got, as you said, Scottish descendants or Irish descendants. So it's not everybody that doesn't understand me. And some people are actually pull my leg from time to time in the chat. No, that puts me in mind. See that jumper, that fleece you're wearing, or that hoodie you're wearing. It puts me in mind of the Bay City Rollers. They actually done a coin and it's got like a. It looks as if it's licking at you. It's got actual a tongue out, and it's actually get like the cap. It's in a capsule, but I can't remember the name of the actual coin itself. And it's basically got a print. It's actually in colour, and it's got a tongue that's sticking out, and it's the same colour as colour as you've got on the top of that fleece. And that's how I was like, what does that fleece say? Because I thought it was. I can't remember if it's Doctor, it's the Who or whatever that's out there.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I see stuff on Facebook, as in because a lot of the coin groups is on Facebook, but I don't buy anything off or it's on Facebook because I don't trust, as in you send money to somebody on the one of Facebook groups, you might not see your item again the item you're supposed to be getting.
All right.
That's how I deal with people on YouTube, because I know I can trust them.
Yeah.
Because what happened was his Snobby sent me a coin one day, and he's like, "I'm going to send you a coin," and it was a Canadian polar bear, and that started all the Canadian stuff off.
Oh wow!
But did you know about the cat? Did you know about the polar bear? The polar bear, there's a counterfeit out there. It's called the camel. They call it the camel's toe.
Yeah.
It's actually it's missing one of the toes.
Ah.
George was showing it the other day, as in found it buried. That's what I'm saying. I keep up to date with all this because a lot of the coin community, they talk to each other and then they do videos, and you'll see the video, so you'll ask them questions about what they've seen and what they know about certain things, and they'll tell you what's going on, as in the coin world. That's how we keep up to date with it.
Cool.
We don't just buy, we talk about coins and we chat about coins, and we chat about as in stuff that might be possible, or maybe in different areas or in different fields, because there's certain coins that they're still looking for out there, as in relics. Because when you said as in the short version of relatives, that's what I thought you were saying was relics. Because there's metal pieces out there, and that's what they call them. They call them relics because they're out there and they know they're out there, but they just don't know where they are actually located or where they are, because they don't know where they actually fell or where they were in the ground. Because a lot of them, the coins, or the older coins, they actually come out the ground, but they don't know where they're actually buried or where they actually were laying. It's like that. Honest to God. See that book here? I'll show you, Shaunna. Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the page. There's a bit in the book. There's a page in the book. I can't remember exactly what page it's in. There's a page somewhere as you flip it. I'm trying to find the page quicker with flipping the book, because there's older coins out there I'm trying to find the page with the map. There's a map, and it's showing where I don't know if it's they think they're there, or that's where they picked some of the coins up from, as in some of them. It's actually in the book. There, I think that's the page there. See the map? See it? It says, it tells you.
Yeah.
It says Mince Henry. That's where they think, or they've picked up certain coins, so they know that some of them, either within the book, were there, and it's telling you the relevant points of where they were picked up or where they were found, and that's what they made. That says the coins of England, so it goes for Celtic. It starts for Celtic, but that's the older book. That's before, that's pre-decimal issues. But the Americans are wanting these coins basically because they want to build a digital library of them all and record it all as in these finds, and they go into another book or PCGS book, and they actually digitally record everything, who found it, and a lot of the research on them. Basically, what will happen is, instead of you going to a library for a book and having a book, it'll all be digital based. So it'll basically be online, and that's the way the world is actually going. It'll all be digitalized. But that's where the way all the history will be done, as in digitally online. Because I had a friend, I don't know if I told you about that story, about the one that I met 20 years ago, and I eventually bumped into her.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah.
Right.
No,
Well,
I can't remember.
she wrote, remember I says to you about, she wrote erotic stories. She did like erotic stories.
Right. Yep.
But she had more followers in America. I looked a lot of things up about why, and it started as a big company, and this is how I found out about all the what I'm talking to you about, as in all about the digital library, was all to do with this, as in she was writing these fantasy erotic novels, but a lot of they wanted it set in certain places, but she was making it as in this person and Tiger, or the fictional character, or the character that she'd made in these novels, was about this person called Tiger, or this guy called Tiger, that she had a crush on for many years. She based it on what she based it on. It was based on me. The Tiger, the character that she portrayed, was me. But the thing is I tried to work out why they wanted this character in Canada, and I was trying to figure out why. So I started doing a lot of research, and when I started doing all the research into who she was telling me about, this company, Black Label, or called Black Lace, I found out a lot of interesting stuff about them, and it was all to do with digitalization of media, of actual media. So it's all about digitalized media, but it was going on about, as in paperback. It was telling you about paperbacks and all the rest, and how the company developed. It's an actual German. It's German. The company's actually German, but the person that actually owns the company is a predecessor. Yeah, he takes nothing to do with the company, although that he owns the company. But then it was bought up, or the shares by but it actually goes on to other companies that are actually tied up with tied up with them.
Mm.
And that's how I found out about a lot of interesting stuff. And I was like, hold on. And I was like, what is this trying to tell me? You know, that way you're like, what is this trying to tell me? And I was like, this is going to be digitalized publication. It's not going to be, as in you're not going to be able to buy a book anymore. It's going to be basically paperless, but it's going to be digitalized. But it's going to be under a company, and you need to buy. It'll be a case of you have to buy it, and you'll get it online. You'll be able to read it online. But that was what the way the company was going. But we couldn't work out why they set it in Canada for. Canada was their main, was one of the areas they wanted to get into, was Canada. They wanted to make it so it was more, there was more a growth market in it.
Mm.
Because obviously there was a shortfall or whatever. It was amazing to find this out, because it started, that's what I'm saying, it was like reading one thing, Shaunna, and it started to, like, as you were reading, because I started looking up, and then I put it into, and what I done was I put it into Wikipedia, and I started reading Wikipedia stuff, but it started taking you to, every time you went on Wikipedia, and it would be something would be underlined in blue, and when it was underlined in blue, you could click onto it, and it was linking you to somewhere else, and I was like, oh, well, why is it taking me to there for? So I started reading a lot of the more in depth, and I was like, hold on a minute here, this is something that's bigger than what I think it is. It was like something like you know how like fat cats, they always said about the fat cats. This was what it was like. It was like fat cats, but it was like as if it was like undercover, like an undercover mission, where it was all spoken in their terms or the terminology, so you couldn't understand it. But when I started following it, I was like, hold on a minute. And then it started making sense. And I was like, that company belongs to this one. That company's a printing company. This is that. This is a digital license. But why is it saying digital publication license? And then that's when it twigged, and I was like, hold on a minute. I was like, this is going to digital publications. So she's making up this fantasy erotica person. She's then, it's making name money, but she was only getting pennies for it, because she was telling me, I get 50 pence for that, 10 pence for that, I get £1 if they buy that online. And I was like, well, but she wanted to come away from the company. She wanted to write about these mythical creatures and all that, Karen, or sci-fi. She wanted to do sci-fi. She wanted to base her stuff in sci-fi, but they didn't like the sci-fi stuff, but they liked the erotica stuff. So they said to her, we want you to write the erotica, but we're not letting you work. But she really wanted to do the sci-fi, but also her daughter was doing these mythical creatures and making them come to life, actually making them come to life. They were stuck one day on a mythical creature, and they couldn't find it. And I sat for hours, and I love when somebody gives me a challenge. They'll give me a challenge, they'll go, I'm trying to look for that, but I don't know how to look for it.
Yeah.
But they only say, well, you did this for me, Alec. They'll say to me, I'm doing such and such, I'm interested in such and such. I've got a problem, and I'll say to them, well, what's the problem? I've got a problem, and I'll say to them, well, we'll explain the problem, what it is. And then what I'll do is I'll take it upon myself that I have to go and do this. And then I'll find all the research for them. As I said to you, I'll find all the research for them. And then what I'll do is I'll send the photographs and all that, Karen, and then show them exactly where I found it. And then they'll say to me, Alec, thanks very much. Thanks very much for helping me. I don't want that. Because sometimes I feel that if you're taking over somebody else's work, they don't like that. Some people don't like that. They like doing the research themselves. But if you give them the information and say, there's the information there, this is where I found it, and show them it, they can then do whatever they want to do with it. Because she wanted to, that's what they wanted to do, was write these mythical creatures, but make them come to life as in they were mythical creatures back 20 centuries ago, but they wanted them to come to life as in today. Because she said that every time she punched in a search for this thing, it was coming up Marvel Hero. It was coming up Marvel Heroes, but it was nothing to do with Marvel Heroes. It was a mythical creature, but they knew what it looked like, this mythical creature. She said it had, it was a guy or something, and he was sat in a chair, and he had snakes and stuff wrapped around him.
Yeah.
Oh, I showed her all the pictures, but she ended up, she says, I can't take this anymore, or something. She was going in and out of hospital or something like that, and I was being too possessive or something like that, and she stopped talking to me.
Oh.
But as I'm saying, the thing that bothered, do you know the thing that bothered me, Shaunna, is because she didn't tell me 20 years ago that she was married. It wasn't until she come back after 20 years later, she tells me, oh, and by the way, do you remember the time that I took you up the flat? I went, aye, I remember that. I says, I remember I went to time me, I went to kiss you or snog you, and you went like that. She went, I didn't tell you. I was still married at the time. I went, all right, so that's what it was. Because I thought that when a woman does that to a guy, to him it's rejection, and I thought that that's what it was. It was a rejection, but I did happen on the same dating site, and we bumped into each other, and I was like, but why do I feel that I know you from somewhere? I know you from somewhere, but I can't put my finger on it. And then when she started opening up, we were talking about old times, and I'm like, I fucking do know you. I do know you. I remember you. And I was like, you were. And then when she showed me a picture of herself years ago, I was like, I fucking remember you. I was like, my dad introduced you to me years ago. Do you know what I mean? It was like the past had come back to me, but as in the right formation. And I was like, see, when you get a feel for somebody and you feel comfortable with them, there's always a reason now why you feel comfortable with them. And that's what I was trying to figure out. I felt comfortable with her in the way I was speaking to her or whatever, or the way the conversation was going at the time. And I was like, but I couldn't understand it. I couldn't just put my finger on it. And it took me ages to work it out. And then when she started showing me pictures and stuff like that, but she was actually doing like talking to spirits, or starting to talk to spirits. And then she started saying that my granddad had been speaking to her in spirits forms. Something about, that's how I knew about the cap. Did I tell you about the cap, the cap and the timepiece?
Wow.
My grandpa supposed to have left me a cap and a timepiece. She told me, because she was like, your granddad wants you to know that basically he didn't forget about you. He left you it was my great grandfather's driver's hat and his timepiece. But the thing was, it's went into the wrong hands. Somebody's got it in the family. They must have thought it was for them, because obviously they didn't. Yeah, I don't think he left any will and testament to who was to get things. Somebody's lifted it. And great granddad or granddad had been coming to her as in through spirit formation.
Wow.
But I was like, you're going into depths. You're telling me things that I don't want to know. And there's things that I don't want to know. You're going over old ground. My dad is like, you don't tread in the grass as in your family's grass and all that. And I was like, so what you're telling me is you don't go near the grave, or you don't trod in the grass as in that obviously your family are buried on. So she was opening doors and wounds, and I'm like, I don't want you. You're opening too much. You're telling me things that I don't want and as in talked about or discussed because you're opening wounds up. You're making me emotional. But she wasn't after money. She wasn't after money. She was
Yeah.
explaining it how what was going on and how she was the spirits were coming to her and what they were saying, what they were trying to tell her.
Mm.
But fun enough, my granddad had been coming to her. But I couldn't understand, and I was like, well, are you part of the family? Are you a relation or an offspring in my dad's side of the family?
Mm.
Because she knew too much information. And I was like, but how do you know this information which I haven't given you?
Mm.
Was I trying to, or was I giving her information and she was taking pieces of it? That's what I couldn't understand. But when she was like, there's no ulterior motive, I've still got a thing for you. I've always had this thing for you.
Mm.
But then when I started getting sexual with her and that, or over the phone, or as in the messages, she sort of was like, I sort of, she was coming on too strong at the time, and I sort of was like, whoa, 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 what at? And then
Yeah.
she thought that I only wanted her as a friend, so she felt rejected. And then when I sort of went, I've made a mistake here, and then realised that I'd made a mistake, as in this, what the way I'd put it over to her, she didn't want to know. She was like, well, you've rejected me. Well, you've had your chance even before it started.
Yeah.
But then she then blocked. Eventually, then she blocked. She went, "You keep talking sexual. I'm wanting more than that. I feel as if that's all you want to talk about, or that's all you want." And eventually, she sort of blocked. She blocked me, and I was like, "Well, at the end of the day, you've lied to me before," because that's what Mum says. I need somebody that tells me the truth straight away, that's honest with me straight away. Because when somebody's not honest with me, I don't respect you. I lose respect for you because you've not been truthful. You've not been honest with me. You've not been upfront with me straight away for the word go.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with her. I felt that I'd been betrayed because she didn't tell me that back then.
No.
She walked me at the bus stop, took me eyes, and I was all right. I was speaking to her at the Brigade or whatever. She had to pick up and water for my dad. My dad wasn't there that day. I walked her up the high street, and then jumped on the bus with her. Now, if she didn't want me to be with her, why didn't she turn around and say to you, well, I think it's time to you go? Why did she let me come with her and then end up at the flat?
Yeah.
And then we talked on the sofa. And then when I went to try and make a move on her, she went like that backwards. But then when she took me to the bus stop, I says, I don't know what way I'm going. And I says, am I on the right stop? She went, aye. And then I went to turn around at the time to see if the bus was coming as in this way. And all of a sudden when I went to turn around, she disappeared. She was gone. But then 20 years later, I bumped into her on a dating site. 20 years later.
Good Lord.
After I've had my marriage break up. And then she turns around and tells me, and by the way, I've been writing the erotic stories, and funny enough, the character that I've been using is basically as you.
Bloody hell.
But she'd been using all these aliases, and then she told me about that these people, there's guys out there that actually want to bed the novelists.
Huh.
And she was like, are you one of them? And I was like, no. No. I like you more than as in just being a friend. But then when it got too much, it was like everything was got to be done as in straight away. When I started going, well, hold the bus. when I told her to back off, because it was like it was getting down the road too quick, and I was like, I'm going to go back through a scenario where maybe 20 years later that she's going to turn around and say, well, by the way, I don't love you, and do the exact same as what my ex done. But she was like, you're comparing your ex to me. I'm not your ex.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to end the stream. It's 5 o'clock in the morning here for me. I'm starting to get really tired. And not only
It's
that, I'll
nice to
pick it up
see you,
again
Shaunna,
shortly.
and hopefully you do more lives when you're
Well,
not
that's the plan, yeah.
busy.
Yeah, that is
Because
the
I
plan.
forget that you've got a life. I forget that you've got a life, as in I don't have a life. That's how I'm mostly on YouTube, is to keep because to me a YouTube is a distraction. It keeps me as in focused with something.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Keeps
that's
your
it.
mind occupied, but you've got your family and all the rest. You get a busy schedule.
Yeah.
But it
I've
would
got
be
to
nice
look
to see.
after two.
What I'm trying to say to you is, it would be nice to see you more. That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well,
But
my
I know
plan
that
is to probably start doing more lives, probably over the weekends. I'm hoping for weekend because it's a lot easier. Depending on the weekends that I do it, because some weekends I might have my grandson, so, and he takes up a fair bit of the time because being, he's only 1 year old. I mean, he can walk around and talk and stuff, but he still needs Nan to get him changed or dressed or change his nappy and a bottle here and there. I mean, once he's in bed asleep, that's not a problem. I mean, he will sleep for me. And yeah, and then I can come back out in the shed and do another live probably over the weekend when he's in bed asleep if I've got him. Otherwise, if I haven't got no kids there, definitely I'll be doing more lives. So
Well, 'cause I'm one of these ones that my live streams are a bit spontaneous. I
yeah,
do them when I decide. When I decide that I'm going to do it that day, I'm like, I'm going to do it.
yeah,
Where I tell anybody that I'm going to do it is immaterial. I'm like, I just start it and that's it. End of story.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I
So
did
mine's
tonight
are
at 12.
erratic. Mine's is erratic. What I'm trying to say is my live streams are erratic. And everybody's
Yeah,
like, I missed you. I'm sorry, I missed you. I'm like, no, it's fine. Because they're erratic. That's the way I am. That's the way I
life
am. I
life
don't,
takes priority outside of YouTube. So I mean, it's always hard at times. I mean, I miss a lot of lives and that, especially like with Hazy or say you Dizzy. Not that they do them anymore, but previously I
his
did because of
is,
the fact that time
his
difference.
is doing his music,
Yeah,
thing. So he's doing more like, there's more videos coming out with Hazy Days than what he is doing live streams.
yeah,
You Dizzy's doing the thing where he still chases the fire trucks. Do you know what I
yeah,
mean? So
yeah.
usually you see, do you know what I mean? But like
But
Chopper's
I do
rules,
miss their lives.
Chopper's rules has been back. Mark's been
Yeah.
back a few times. Mark actually wants to come back doing live streams. Chopper's
Yeah.
rule.
I think a lot of people do
Mark's
want
not
to
sure
go.
how it's going to work or how to actually use StreamYards. He's still trying to understand how to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, I use StreamYards. I've got Zoom as well, but I don't really know how to work that one. So I thought, no, I'm going to stick with something I know. I know Zoom, so
When
StreamYards.
Mark comes on live, he doesn't know how to put links out. He doesn't know how
Yeah,
to do that. So he just, as in, you just see him as in on himself, on his Todd.
mm,
But a lot of people still come through his chat,
yeah.
and he's done a couple of new parts with the cat rat rod. But he's building. There's other projects on the go as well.
Oh, Chopper, yeah.
I pop in from time to time if I see him, because usually I get a notification that he's going live or whatever. But
yeah,
sometimes
he's
I'm
going to come
bouncing
down
about.
here at some stage and have a bit of a holiday here in Tassie. And I said to him, I said, well, when you come over, I said, call into my place because he knows exactly where I live. And I'll show you how to sort it out. So we'll just have to wait and see. But anyway, I must go. It is like 12 minutes past 5 in the
Alright.
morning. And I'll catch you later.
Thanks
And
for having me.
I just want to thank everybody that turned up this morning, evening, afternoon, whatever the case may be. Kevin and Uncle Ian, Gaffer, I'll just go through my chat quickly. Aviation fan. Also, just wanted to pass on my sincere condolences to Anthony, the Redneck Way of Life, and his family after the sad passing of Anthony. My heart really goes out to you guys. He was a tremendous bloke, nice fella to talk to, heaps of fun. And I'm sure he's going to be sadly missed by those that knew him, especially here on YouTube. So, yeah, please know that I'm thinking of you all, and just to everyone that was watching my live this morning, early hours in the morning for me. Thank you again, and I'll just say good night. Rest in peace, Anthony, too, by the way. Mate, you know, so sad to hear. All right, guys, I'm out. Bye.